misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat Earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night on a Thursday. I'm your host, MCToon. I hope you're well. Roger is not, but we'll get to that in a bit. Today is the 11th of September. Yes, it is 9/11. It's 2025. It happened in it's been 24 years. Is that right? Yeah. Very sad event happened all those years ago. It still bothers me that people deny and they just make up crap about it. It's stupid. And it just, in their ignorance and their lack of understanding of how things work and their inability to do legitimate research, that they denigrate the deaths of all those people. And the very same people already, since yesterday, are denigrating the death of one person. It's sick. They are claiming already, instantly, they're claiming it's a hoax, it's a psyop and those things. Go to hell, you people. Just shut up. Get. And yes, it's the same people. It's the flat earthers too. They are the ones, front lines, denying that somebody died yesterday. Same people deny that people died at 9/11. Same people denied the Challenger explosion. They have no care for human life. So go to hell, you people. You're sick. But I'm not here tonight. If we're all inundated with that, so tonight we can take a break from that. So once had a glober in my yeah, I mean, it's 9/11 denial is basically a mandatory thing for flat earthers, but the Venn diagram is broader than them. So anyway, not gonna talk about it. It is kind of my early debunking stuff was that, because it was so easy and so just obvious misunderstanding. So anyway, we are going to pick up where we left off on reviewing Roger Ledwell's stream, where he invited people to debate, including knowingly after Will Duffy had said he was going to retire, and invited Will Duffy to come on and tried to shame him into coming on to debate him when Roger didn't show up for Will Duffy's debate invitation. Weird. Then Roger said he was going to donate money to he didn't specify the name of the charity. I don't know if he ever has. I don't know if he has. There were, I think, 8 people that came on, and he was going to do $50 each. So that was going to be $200. The rumor is that he hasn't yet done the donation, even that he said he was going to. So yeah, kick rocks, Roger. Anyway, we're gonna pick up with Max. Max, are you in the chat here? I hope he is, because he was excited. He was excited. I don't see him. Oh man. Well, too bad, Max. You're gonna miss yourself on here. But oh, hold on. I'm not on that. Let me get my camera. I had turned the camera off. There it is. I'm there. Hi. There you go. All right. Max is still live. Max, you should know better. You should know better to be live when I'm live, Max. I'm kidding. It's tough. There's too much. There's too much. You can't expect to never be going. Oh, there he is. He's coming. Look at that right there, right here. Max is coming in. I do try to coordinate, and I try to keep Tuesdays in the summer 9 p.m. Central, but otherwise 8 p.m. Central time. That's my regular. And so I just say, hey, if you don't mind, don't go during that time, but any other time, I it happens. So, all right. Yerba Mate Talks is here. Are you going to use your Yerba Mate channel or your Max channel? Anyway, Max, about time. You're just in time because we're gonna start watching this. So here we go. We've got Roger not on screen, requiring people to be on screen. So funny.
Aaron. Sorry, I was modding.
Hey, Max.
By modding, he means blocking people that didn't do anything that needed to be blocked.
How's it going?
I'm doing well.
You're a little low,
You're
Max.
super low.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I love Max's voice. It's so cool. Okay, I forgot. Make sure you get your tabs ready, everybody. You definitely need the tabs to protect yourself from the dirt. Brainy Beaver is live. Love Brainy Beaver. It's Beaver Zero as he goes by.
Okay. So can I present?
Oh yeah,
ready
you
to
got 10
go?
minutes. I'll put anything you put in. Go ahead.
Sure, give me just.
And you can give it max power.
I'll start when you present.
I never do anything less than 100%, so we're good. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about curved water in this place that actually exists in reality, the David Taylor Ship Basin. They have a 2,000 feet pool, and you can see it here in the image in the background. It's so long that because they use this to test model ships, like when they're actually going to build, I don't know, an aircraft carrier for the Navy. They test it here first in a model. So the thing is that the pool is so long that the water curves, and the railing on top, they had to build it matching the curve of the water in those 2,000 feet. And here we have some quotes I found, because this was a government project. There's a whole engineering document that they made after they built this place. They had to measure if it was correct. So this is the engineering document that I gathered, and it has everything, and it's publicly available. And the other thing would be, I don't know, reciprocal zenith angles. You can just measure the curvature on the ground. Main Surveyor has on his YouTube channel.
You can hear some of the flerf, they're like eating their microphone and breathing into it.
A step-by-step process of measuring the reciprocal zenith angles. And the hypothesis would be, if the Earth is flat, this angle plus this angle would be 180 degrees. If the Earth is not flat, those angles would always add up to more than 180 degrees. So
I'm well aware of these arguments. I've been to both of them before. Go ahead.
He's aware of them. Okay, good. You're aware of them.
no, that's it. We can talk
That's
about
all you
it.
got? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And can you demonstrate your reciprocating zenith angles in real time, real life?
Oh, that's his standard of evidence. In real time, in real life. So rather than address the evidence, he says you need to do it right now live on camera. That's what he requires. So clearly Roger has never accepted any evidence that anybody's ever presented him that wasn't presented to him live and in person at the moment. Right? That's his standard.
Yeah.
You can? You have a demonstration of it?
Yeah. Just go to the dude's video. There's like hundreds of them.
Okay. That's good.
There's
I've
people
never seen
doing
it in real life. Yeah.
I mean, get in touch with them and buy them lunch and have them do it in front of you.
I don't have to buy them lunch to do it myself, dude. But anyways, yeah.
He's going to do it himself. Does he own a Theodolite?
So, I mean, it's not that like it's inaccessible. You know that you can rent the device. Costs $35 per day in the US.
So if I go set
and
two
make it
plumb
yourself.
bobs and I put them across from each other, the further they get across from each other, the more they reciprocate. Is that what you're
The
telling me?
more they diverge.
Oh my gosh. The more they reciprocate. The more they reciprocate. That's how dumb he is. He just picks a word out of there and doesn't know what it means, but it talks like he knows what it means.
Yeah.
And you can actually take a theodolite and measure this across, is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. How does that prove the Earth curves again?
You know how that's directly measuring the curve of the ground prove.
So now he's familiar with the argument, but he's like, how does that prove the shape of the Earth? Like it is a direct measurement of the surface, not the floor, as they say. It's not the ceiling. It's a measurement of the floor.
That the ground is curved. I'll let you.
No. I'm talking about the plumb bobs themselves. If you can get a line of sight of them, how are they curved away from each other?
You are measuring it.
So it'll want to be lower than the other one or be higher than the other one?
No, it's not about lower or higher. It's that they're diverging. The camera and this shit is glitching, but they're diverging.
Okay. And the tolerance level of concrete over that distance wouldn't allow for any kind of bend or anything?
Why would concrete?
The tolerance level of concrete over that distance. What the hell is he talking about?
We're talking about. I'm talking about the shipyard right now.
Oh my gosh! He switched instantly, without even a warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, over that distance, don't you think there's a tolerance level for concrete? They would have to give it some kind of give and engineer it that way. Yeah.
Sure, the concrete, yes, but the important part is not the concrete; it's the water that is curving.
Is the water curving? Did you go look at the curving water?
But the thing is, like, it has a carriage, and in order for them to accurately model how the ship would behave,
I've never seen water do that.
I've never seen water do that. Well, you've never been in one of these tow tanks, so why would you think you'd ever seen water do that?
I mean, you can go. This place is in Bethesda, Maryland. You can literally go there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a Navy man myself. I come from a long Navy line.
Right? That would be a field trip.
Oh, yeah, would be. Yes, I would love to see this, but I'm pretty sure they did add a tolerance to that distance of concrete. It would actually give it an apparent, bow to it. But the water bow?
Why would a tolerance in concrete give it an apparent bow? The hell is that even?
Bowing? I've never seen that personally, especially still water. I don't see an earth curve there. But, I mean, with the reciprocating angles, there's...
With the reciprocating angles, again... The angles aren't reciprocating.
There's probably a number of reasons why it would appear that way. Probably the distance of where they are. But I mean, that isn't
probably the distance. Yeah, the distance would make them reciprocating. What the hell is that? Why would the distance make them reciprocating? It's not a word that is being used correctly here, buddy.
Proving the Earth curve.
It's directly measuring the curve.
How's it measuring the curve? You're above the Earth. The plumb bob is not on the Earth.
I explained it. I showed.
So
it.
what are you hanging it off of? Your plumb bob? Are you leveling it off?
It's a.
So for reference, they do use a plumb bob in surveying, but they don't use a plumb bob in surveying with a theodolite to measure plumb. They use it so that when they're over a benchmark, that they can center their theodolite over that benchmark. And so benchmarks have sometimes they have a like an indent right in the middle of it. And I have some because I like taking pictures of them. Let's see. Where did... hold on. I have a bunch on my phone, but I'm gonna I'll just grab one off the internet. Okay, here you go. Here's a good one. There we go. Okay. So here is a benchmark. So there is, so they'll embed this in concrete, and then this disc here, and then see that plus in the middle. They'll put the tip of the plumb bob right there, right in that little the center of that plus. For reciprocal zenith angles, it's not critical. But when you're sitting above a benchmark and you want to measure how far a benchmark is from something else in horizontal distance, or how much the elevation changes in vertical distance, you do want to get the position correct. So they'll drop that plumb bob right above it, so that, and then they'll know how high it is above the benchmark because they know the length of that plumb bob. Then they, all of the measurements that they do, then they add that to their height or subtract it from the height of what they did to get down to the level of the benchmark. So plumb bobs, though, aren't necessary in reciprocal zenith angles, because all you're looking at is the departure from vertical. So it's totally irrelevant for it to have a plumb bob, because the leveling happens in the device, the theodolite. So you do the major leveling with the bubble levels, and then typical theodolites have a internally they have leveling internally. Anyway, I'm thinking. Anyway, so here is, I'm gonna draw a little theodolite here and a theodolite here. All right. Come on. Transition. There you go. All right. So there it is. So we've got two theodolites. One's on a hill, one's not. And this is for flat Earth. And then the only thing that a theodolite knows is the vertical vector. It doesn't know horizontal. It doesn't know where the horizon is. You're not measuring to the horizon. The only thing it knows is vertical, and that's due to gravity. Or derpity if you're a flatty. So all it knows is the vertical vector, and so any vertical measurements it makes are in relation to the vertical vector. So there's the vertical vector, and then they measure from the one to the other, and they get the measuring piece. They'll put a target on one, or you can actually have theodolites that have targets on them, and they'll measure to that elevation so they know how high it is, and they'll measure that angle. So here's the measurement they make. And so you've got these two angles here, theta 1, theta 2. Okay. Now, if the Earth is flat, theta 1 plus theta 2 must equal 180. Now, this is right there. Okay. Now, flat earthers never voluntarily bring up refraction. unless they've painted themselves in a corner and they desperately need to get out, then they'll try. But if you were to include refraction, what will happen is it will actually reduce the number. It will slightly reduce the angle that you measure at each of these. So in that case, theta 1 plus theta 2 will be less than 180 degrees. So, ooh, Dick Wayne got timed out. So, and you know what? As long as you don't do it too much, it's okay. Dick Wayne, don't be a dick. Let's see. What did he? I want to see what he said. Please. Well, that wasn't blockable. I didn't think. There it is. Okay. So I saw earlier that Dick was being a little rude to Brenda. I don't think you need to be rude to anybody. So maybe, Dick, if you didn't even mention Brenda, it'd be the safest for you. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's not real. Okay. Dick's being his normal Dicky self, but I don't know if he's, I don't know. Be judicious about how much you block him. The thing is, the replay won't have it. You know, the only thing that will be here. So if people want to see it in the replay, then they can't. So like if you just delete one comment versus timing them out, little bit of an option. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Proby 666. It's anyway. There is the mandatory results if the Earth is flat. It's either equal to 180 for flat earthers that don't think refraction exists, or less than 180 with refraction. There you go. There's now for the globe, and now I drew it with on a one on a hill and one not on a hill. And the reason why it works like that is just fine, because when one side is higher, the other side is lower, the one side increases the angle by a certain amount. The other side decreases the angle by that same amount. So they don't need to be at the same elevation. So, but I will draw the globe one with a curve. A very exaggerated curve, right? There's the globe. Now you've got the Theodolite. I should have a different color for the Theodolite, shouldn't I? We got this one here, and this one here. Right now, the vertical vector. There you go, and I'll draw the vertical vector. In these two are very clearly diverging, and this is the prediction. We're computing the consequences for the globe, and the line of sight. I'm not going to bother with a dash line because it's hard to draw. There you go. We've got theta 1. Theta 2. There you go. Larry Scott says DM the 39th parallel reciprocal diagram. Oh yeah, I'll get that. Okay. So now we have these two angles, and what should they do? Well, if you look, these two angles are both more than 90 degrees. So they will sum to greater than 90 degrees or 180. Theta 1 plus theta 2 is greater than 180 degrees. There you go. Now, with refraction, what will refraction do? Refraction will reduce this value. If refraction is super high, it could, like high enough that it would be difficult to actually get a coherent view of the distant object, but right, let's imagine that you could get a coherent view. It could potentially be on the other side. It could potentially be less than 180 in extreme refractive conditions. So I don't know if it's ever happened, but so refraction works against the globe and helps flat Earth essentially, and it's still more than 180 degrees. So we've included refraction in the predictions here. So what is Max going to say here? So now that you all understand it, we can listen to what Max is saying.
The device, the Theodolite doesn't. You don't have to hang a plumb bob. It just does.
No, but
it's a device.
There's other factors with a theodolite too than just curvature. Where they're not fully that. How far are you?
What other factors, Roger? Oh, you just spouted them off, and now you're in the hook on the hook for specific. Oh my gosh, I want to say like Witzity style, right? You need the claims of specificity here, Roger.
Getting these angles at? Are they like right next to each other?
No.
What are the distances? It doesn't matter. That's the beauty. It doesn't matter at all. Farther is better because the sum, when you sum them, they'll be much larger than 180, then a smaller bit larger than 180.
No, they're over distance, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've had this argument with what was that guy's name? Jesse Patholite. And we got into a lot more depth than what would cause the angle to bend somewhat may appear to. Even in a measurement, I mean, if you measure directly from the horizontal up, is it going to be the same exact height across? Would there not be a level there?
The horizontal is determined because you're supposed to have line of sight from point A to point B. That's a horizontal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a horizontal reference you have to have too, right? The very beginning. No, you don't have to have a horizontal. Okay, so you're working on the tangent.
The horizontal, you get the horizontal at the side of each theodolite because that is orthogonal to plumb.
Oh, okay, all right. I got where you're going with it. Excuse me.
No, he didn't. He doesn't understand what orthogonal to plumb means. So orthogonal is a similar word to perpendicular, but it's in 3 dimensions. So plumb is a single vector, right? Pointing up or down. I suppose you could call it a line. And orthogonal to it would be the entirety of the plane. This is a geometry term. The entirety of the plane that is in at all angles around it perpendicular to it. So the plane is the plane plus the line is a 3-dimensional description. Where if you're just talking perpendicular, you can do that in just 2 dimensions. So let me show you here the survey, not that one. This here. So this is from Shoebill, Larry Scott. Set this. So here is actual measurements from 1887. 1887, people. Real measurements done long before NASA existed. So here is Mount Tamalpais, 782.2 meters elevation, and Mocho at 1,236 meters elevation. Now they're not at the same elevation, but like I said, it does not matter because when one goes up, the other goes down that same amount. They offset each other. That's why you sum them. So one of them is 90 degrees, 8 minutes, 43.9 seconds. The other is 90 degrees, 38 minutes, 22.1 seconds. And they are 104 meters apart. 104,000 meters apart. That's 100 kilometers apart. The sum is 180 degrees, 47 arc minutes, 60 arc seconds. There's an excess of 2,826 arc seconds. This is a distance. Oh, did I read that wrong? 104. Oh no, that's right. 64 statute miles. CNR. Curve and refraction constant 43.6 arc second per mile. Refraction constant 8.4 arc seconds per mile. So there you go. So it sums to more than 180. So if the Earth were flat, this would sum to 180 or less. With refraction, it would be less. There you go. And yes, this is before Photoshop, actually, Red Cedar. Before Photoshop. To our resident flerf, Dick Wayne, here you go. Can you, on topic, address this evidence? Nuh-uh, doesn't count. Were you there? Doesn't count because you've accepted evidence yourself when you weren't there, when I didn't do it myself, when you didn't do it yourself, when the person telling you about it didn't do it themselves. You can go look this up. And here's the thing, this mountain still exists. Both of them do. You could, and if you doubt, you could go prove them wrong and expose the entire thing by going there yourself and measuring these angles. So anyway, on topic, can you address it? Can you address the topic? Let's get back to here.
For a second. I'll be right back.
Where are you going, Roger? What?
All right. I guess he'll be back in a second. I'll have Roger go over the charity donations here as soon as this is over. But for the time being, just everybody in chat. I know that the real debate is going on over there, but don't try not to destroy each other over there.
All right. Do you have any physical demonstrations of this actually happening in real time? And can you get orthographic?
Oh, Dick Wayne says the method of measurement is not accurate. Oh, do you have evidence for that? Do you have evidence that theodolites are not accurate? There are too many variables that cannot be eliminated when using eyesight to measure. What specific variables are you talking about? Name them. There's too many. So this is plural. Too many. What are they? And can you document them? Since you're a mod, you can post links to your supporting evidence for this. Isn't that great, Dick? You're a mod. You can post evidence supporting your claims. Lacking that, we'll just dismiss your claims. That which is asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence. All right, Dick Wayne, people build roads and skyscrapers using theodolites. They work. You are a filthy liar. And that is the truth. Here, you are claiming, this is what's insane. You're claiming with zero evidence that the entire field of surveying is inaccurate because the theodolites don't work for whatever reason. And you, a non-surveyor, think that you can better address the methods that surveyors do their work without even having any evidence, any details about the failings. You can just say it. You think you're God. You think you can just speak things into existence. That's what flat earthers think they are. They can just speak things and then it becomes true. Temperature, atmosphere, those are enough. Well, how does temperature affect it, Dick Wayne? Are you aware of how temperature affects theodolite readings? Does it affect them enough to do this? But you know what? We can get those. We can get the temperature. Did you know that, Dick Wayne? You knew that, didn't you? You did. You had to. Right? Because they did in fact include temperatures measurements. So let's see here. We've got it's Mount Tamalpais. right. Looking for Tamalpais. So, you see, Dick Wayne, there's Mount Tamalpais right there. And the other one was Mocho. So this isn't the one. So this is northwest Yolo base and southeast Yolo base. So these two, this is what completely destroys all of your claims, by the way. This base right here, northwest base and southeast base, Yolo base, they measured using physical bars. Yolo base, they measured using bars. And you know what? I can bring them up. And the beauty is you can read the book, and you can and for free. It's for free on my website, MCToon.net/R, the transcontinental triangulation and the American arc of the parallel. And when they measured the base using theodolites, and when they measured the base using bars end to end, they were in agreement with each other. So they were obviously much better at controlling for these types of variables than you give them credit for in your complete ignorance of the situation. So we got a kitty.
He learned how to open the door.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If it's latched, does he get up on his back legs and how does he open your door? He's not.
Just bangs his head into it.
Oh, well, that's a good thing for him to bang. Yeah. How you doing, little kitty? I don't mean little. I'm sorry. I shouldn't call you little. He's not little. Meow.
He's more insulted that you wouldn't call him little.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're such a baby. All right. Meow. Oh, you good? You good, kitty? Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Ow.
All right.
Calm down.
All right. Emerson Biggins says we had a lot surveyed last week. He didn't do anything optically. It was all GPS satellite based. Well, yeah, new stuff is done that way, of course. So, all right. Here is one of the monuments of Yolo Base. It's still there. And here's the other monument of Yolo Base. Now, how did they actually do it? Here it is. This is the actual setup that they did right here. So this is, you see the wheels here? The wheels here. So this is the shade that they put above the bars that they used to measure the distance. And so on one end, they bumped up against the monument. And here's an old picture of the monument. And the other end, they bumped up against the monument. So here's a picture of the Yolo baseline. Yep, it's the you only live once baseline. Here's the party. There's the Yolo party. This was prior to, this is in the 1800s. So they call that thing the Yolo trolley. Here is measuring across one of the sloughs. So you can see they built a temporary bridge across this little valley here so that they didn't have to go down and up with their trolley. So this was done in 1881. Here's one of the camps that they used. They didn't just do this once. They did this a bunch of times. And then, oh, this is cool. So this is the Yolo trolley when they got to one of the monuments. And so you see here, they built this temporary structure to bring their theodolites and targets up to. And then the monument was down at the base underneath it. And they used they use the tower because that lets you see farther over topography and over a curve. So here it is. This is how particular they are. This is, you know, to really embarrass the piss out of anybody that's like, oh, they didn't take things into account, like temperature. You say one word, you lazy idiot. You just say one word and you're like, oh, they didn't take into account temperature. The hell they didn't. So each end of this bar has a thermometer in it so that they can measure the temperature of the bar because they know the coefficient of expansion due to heat for that particular material. They use INVAR because INVAR is a material that's less susceptible. It has a rather small coefficient of expansion due to heat. So field comparisons of bars with standard. Side of Yolo buggy raised to show the working. So the standard would be, this is the standard length of whatever they're using. Sometimes they use like a 6 meter, 12 feet. I don't know. They have different things that they would use depending on where they're from. But the survey in the end was done mostly in metric, actually. So, all right, here's another view of the buggy there. Here's another view of the base, and one more of the base. So there you go. So so when you say temperature, you're going to need to be more specific and provide numbers, right? You need more than just running like a scared little munchkin, right? You're going to actually have to do your research. Obviously, I've done a bit more than you have. All right. Yeah, I'm way over your head, Dick Wayne. I know. I have spoken with surveyors, made a joke once while they were doing their thing at the seaplane base, asked if was looking for the curve of Earth, without hesitation replied, "No, it is too hard." So why is that? Why is that anything? That's not evidence for anything. That's just evidence that you don't understand what they're doing, right? All right, so let's go back to here. So here is, all right, so that's Yolo base. So the point of all this is all of these triangles they measure all these different triangles here, right? And then they using angles and using spherical trigonometry. And then they measure the length of this base both by triangulation and by actual physically measuring it end to end, and they match. So you're going to need to actually provide evidence for your claim more than just dismissing it out of hand with zero evidence. And it's not just one triangle. You can see right here, Vaca, right here from Vaca to the northwest base and southeast base. That's a triangle, but that's not the only triangle, right? You've got this one from Mount Diablo, measuring both of them. You've got this Helena to Monticello to Vaca, that triangle, right? And then you've got four sides here, Monticello to northwest base, and southeast base, and so all of these, so they get this whole network. The point is they get all of these in the network, and then they go and they do a whole bunch of error checking on it to make sure it's all good, and that they haven't introduced any errors. And they're very, very particular about their techniques and how they do it. So, all right, here we go. This is so Mount Tamalpais is in this network of triangles, but it's also in another network of triangles. So here we go. Here's Mount Tamalpais and Mocho, and these are horizontal directions. So here, abstract of resulting horizontal directions observed and adjusted at the stations forming the Yolo base net. So there you go. Mocho is in there. Now these are horizontal. We're going to want to get the vertical. So abstract horizontal. This is horizontal again. But one more thing while we're here is this, yeah. While we're here, this is a triangle here, and these Mount Tamalpais, Monticello, and Vaca is one triangle. Those are the points on the triangle, and these are the angles. And the angle is that there's only one. It says one angle here from Mount Tamalpais to Monticello. This angle here is the angle between this and the next one. This angle here is the angle between Monticello and Vaca, and 121 here is the angle between Vaca and Mount Tamalpais. So those are the raw numbers. They're not raw. It's actually a lot more than just one number went into it. It's prior in the text. They have more details, and then they've gone and they've analyzed the entire network. And what they do is they create a series of related equations. And in the 1800s, solving a series of related equations with 30 or 40 variables is exceedingly time consuming. So there's different techniques that they use. There's a technique that this book describes that was done. It's in a previous book that you can find by T.W. Wright, who has a way to deal with this, solving these networks of related triangles and equations without doing all of the incredible amount of work that is necessary, because it all has to be done by hand. And anyway, so then that gives them these adjustments because the lines are not totally 100% accurate. But here's the thing. This is the number of arc seconds that they've adjusted it by horizontally. Arc seconds. So it's less than 1 arc second that it's been adjusted by. And typically you'll find that they have one here, and the entire network is a zero-sum gain. So all of the adjustments are summed together to be zero. So where you add some, you subtract some, and they all add up to be nothing. The sum exceeds 100. Yeah, of course. So this right here, this number here is how much that these three angles sum to that is more than 180 degrees. That's what this is here. Then they do their adjustments, their corrections. This is the new value in arc seconds. And then this is the new spherical excess right here, 4.8. So prior to corrections, 4.893, after corrections, 4.822. Still 4.8, round up to 5 arc seconds if you're going to round to 1 digit. But you can see they have 4 sig fig here. So they're pretty precise. Anyway, and then log S. This log S is the log of the length of the side. They do that because it's easier to do math on the log than to do it on the raw number. And a lot of the stuff they did, they needed to use slide rules. So they do some shortcuts for themselves. And then this is the distance in meters. And all of this here sums to more than 180 degrees. So the horizontal triangle sums to more than 180 degrees. Impossible on flat Earth. And the beauty is it's not really affected by temperature or pressure or refraction, because these are horizontal angles, not vertical angles. Anyway, let's get our vertical ones here. All right, here it is, vertical. See this? Vertical circle. So Tamalpais, and then we don't got the right one in there, so we got to look more. And there it is, Mocho. So here we have vertical circle number 37. And these are the names of the people involved. George Davison, Chief of Party, November to December 1884. Vertical circle number 80, number 37, right? So they're documenting which particular hardware. I think this is hardware that they're using, right? F. Morse, Observer George Davison, Chief of Party. So they're documenting some of the important details of it. So we've got the angle to Mount Diablo. This is the vertical angle to Mount Diablo from these different ones. So now we're not quite there yet because we want the angle to either Mocho or Tamalpais. So we got to find that one here. So here it is. Okay, so this is the vertical angle to Mocho from Tamalpais. Here it is. Right there. I think this is the one that we're going to see. 90, 38, 22. 90, 38, 22, right there. There it is. So there's the book from published in 1900. What? Lord Luminous Pooh says, don't get me wrong, poison labels, corrosive labels, reactive labels, fine, but the sticker of the stickman who's getting spun around the axle? Come on. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so there's from Tamalpais to Mocho, and now we're gonna jump down and we're gonna find the other one from Mocho to Tamalpais. Now, I might have to search for something else because it's in yeah, all right, we're gonna go back because it's in italics. I'll show you. So it might not be see that? See Mocho right here is in italics. So I'm gonna manually search here. Mount Diablo. There it is, Tamalpais. So it didn't find it when I used the find function because it's in italics and it wasn't properly doing OCR on it. So anyway, so here is from Mocho to Tamalpais, and the value is 9008 43.9. We'll see if that's what we got here. 9008 43.9. There you go. There it is in the actual publication. The real book had this from 1900. So, Dick, you're going to need to do better, flat earthers, if you want to not be a lying scumbag. Right now, if you want to be a lying scumbag, then really lean into being a lying scumbag and lie about it. Right? So anyway, there we go. And now back to Roger not having a damn clue how to respond.
Do you count
mean?
for?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Pull one up. Pull up a demonstration for me.
There's like hundreds of these videos on the YouTube. There you
Okay.
go. Hold on. Copy, paste. There you go. That's one. This one is in the Bonneville Salt Flat in Utah. And guess what? In one of the flattest, quote unquote, places in the world, you do this type of measurement and you realize that it's not flat.
Oh, Dick, wait. What did you lie about? You lied about the variables that need to be taken into account. And you said temperature and I don't know what else you did. But you obviously have never actually looked into the topic. Not at all. Right? You're speaking from a position of ignorance. Right? So first, before you start talking about a topic, you should not be ignorant of it before you talk about it. So you should go look into it. Reciprocal zenith angles have been something that have been talked about as long as flat earthers have been on YouTube. So it would totally make sense for you to actually do a little bit of research into the techniques that they use to account for this, for these variables that you imagine were not accounted for. Another thing, let me just show you here. You see this here, Mocho? So this is the Mocho to Mount Tamalpais, right? You see that right here? What year? 1882. What was the observed zenith distance? The reduction to the level of station plus 0.4 arc seconds. And that's because the stations are on a platform above it. And so what is the angular size of the platform to the monument based on the distance between the two? You need to remove that from the height, right? They are so anal in their measurements. So anal. So here's what they have a monument here, right? And then they build a structure above the monument. Right? And then on that structure, they set up their theodolite and their target. Right there. Okay? So now, when viewing from a distance, from far away, right? They're measuring to this, but the actual location is this, right? This is the monument. So what they need to do is they need to say, well, how high above the monument was this? Number one. Number two, how far away were they when they measured that distance? And then they need to adjust the measurement, the vertical measurement, to get that to the correct spot by taking those into account and applying the angular size formula. That's what the 0.4 arc seconds is doing there. Then the reduction for eccentricity. So this has to do with the sphericity of the Earth. Now, if you're like, well, they're just assuming. Okay, fine. Remove this 0.1 arc second from the computation. Okay, they subtracted 0.1 arc second. We'll add that back in just a second here. The reduced value is 43.9, but they subtracted that 0.1, so it's 90 degrees, 8 minutes, 44 arc seconds. It's not helping you. It's not helping. So that's not going to make up the difference that you need. Anyway, what is this right here? This column P? What do you think this is, Dick Wayne? This is how ridiculous you are. That P, that's the pressure. That's the pressure at the station. Now, it wasn't the one time that they took the measurement. No, because this isn't a single measurement. They didn't go there, set it up, and measure it one time and leave. They measured it multiple times over multiple days, and they did it. Some days they're like, the conditions are not good. We won't be measuring today. So they were there for a long time. They set up shop and they stuck around and they did lots of measurements. And they were very precise about how they did their measurements so that they know how so they can get a high quality statistical number there. Anyway, so every time they did that, they measured the pressure. Now, of course, pressure doesn't vary a lot at a certain elevation. So anyway, this is the average of the pressure. And what is this here? 19.5. That T column, and then underneath it says cent, CENT. That's the temperature in centigrade or Celsius. So same thing, they got the average temperature. So if you want to take that into account, Dick Wayne, there you go. How were you going to take temperature into account, Dick Wayne? Did you have a plan for that? Or did you just say that thinking that you had something? This is beautiful, Dick Wayne. You said that as if you were, it's just a little red herring, right? I know it's a red herring because you didn't have a plan for how to deal with temperature, right? And you said, oh yeah, the other word you said was atmosphere. Okay, well, I'll accept you saying atmosphere, but I don't know what you think you're going to do as to control for that. With that atmosphere, what are you going to do with atmosphere? You said one word, atmosphere. It's a variable that must be accounted for. Atmosphere. Really? Well, how were you going to do that? If you don't know how you're going to do that, then why would you even say? Why would you say it? Because I'll give you right here. Here's the temperature. You can now take it into account. So this is the temperature from Mocho to Mount Tamalpais. And you can do the same with the other one. Here's Mocho. Here is Tamalpais. This is the other direction. Look at that. They've got the pressure. They've got the temperature. There you go. You can take it into account. Isn't that amazing, Dick Wayne? Isn't that amazing? You can actually do that, huh? It was an ad hoc confounder that sounds superficially plausible. That's all it is, says vegan problem solver. Anyway, thank you very much, Dick Wayne. I've included them. You may now go and do whatever you were going to do to include those variables in your computation to see what the issue is. Now, I got to tell you, I don't think you're going to have the first damn clue what to do. Obviously, this was just what you thought was a get out of jail. Oh, not listening to you. Got it. That's a great way to avoid dealing with your complete failure and your lies. Got it. You asked me to identify your lies. I did. You didn't like it. You stopped listening. You put your fingers in your ear and said, nah. Got it. All right. What's going on? Why did I go? All right. Anyway. All right. Let's go. Let's get back to anyway. Well, we've gone over that. I mean, there's obviously flat earthers do not have anything. So.
And so the horizontal baseline that you're measuring from is not flat neither, right?
The horizontal is the line of sight between the two locations.
Okay. So, I mean, the horizontal that's below it, that's what I'm asking. You have a datum you work with, right? You don't work with the datum.
There's no datum.
No. Okay. That's what I was trying to get to.
Like, you put the theodolite. The theodolite plums. That gives you the horizontal at that point in the surface of the sphere. You have line horizontal between, and now what you're doing is you're measuring the deviation between the local horizontal and the plumb, the 90. And it always adds up to more than 180 degrees.
And you don't add any radius value into this equation at all, right?
He said he was super familiar with it. He really did. He said he was familiar with it.
Right? None?
No, you can see the pages step by step of the math. He shows you the copybook and then the results. He takes sets of measurements.
The other thing I'm going to go to is there any terrestrial refraction that you add to your equation at all?
You need to be aware.
So, I already addressed it. If you want to, you can include it. But the nice thing is that you don't have to, because, and here's why. If you measure that, the angles, and you sum them and they're less than 180 degrees, yeah, you could say it's refraction, because refraction will reduce the value. But if you measure it and it's more than 180 degrees, then even with refraction, it's still more than 180 degrees. So it doesn't work. If you measure it and you get more than 180 degrees, you're screwed. Larry says DM. Oh yeah, okay, that's good. Let me grab that. Let's go here. So here's a theodolite. This is from Larry Scott, a real surveyor. And so we've got horizontal right here, right? 90 degrees to zenith. And the only thing that it knows is zenith. That's all it knows. it doesn't know where horizontal is. It knows where zenith is. And it's got an angle measuring device inside of it. So how do you find horizontal? You take zenith and you deviate by 90 degrees. So here's the glass protractor here. That's what measures angles there. And here's the vertical angle. So when you see that the telescope there, let's see. No, this is the eyepiece, isn't it? I'm not sure. Gravitation, you missed the A. So there you go. Yeah, I think this is the eyepiece, and then is this the telescope here? I think so, at the top there. There you go. All right, keep going. Max.
You need to choose when there's the least refraction and take a note of the humidity and the temperature, and then you can calculate how much refraction there was.
So flat earthers, Max, it's okay to mention humidity, but flat earthers almost always get humidity wrong. Humidity reduces refraction. It doesn't increase it. They think it increases refraction because they're not very smart.
The optical won't be accounted for there with terrestrial refraction at all.
I already said that you take the humidity, the temperature, and you choose when you do the observation so that there is the least amount of refraction, and then you calculate it.
But I mean, if you go do a straight line measurement between there and there and take a level with you, would you find any deviation?
Yes.
You would?
That's
So
exactly
if I do this experiment, and I take the level here and take the level down here, there would be a difference. I would actually
not on camera. I don't know where here and here is.
Well, from your observation point to the actual theodolite, if I actually walk the line down with the level, I would actually see a.
Oh my gosh, he wants to take a spirit level, an 8-inch long spirit level and hold it and walk from one to the other. And somehow he's going to use that spirit level that's not long enough to reach from one to the other. And certainly if it was long enough, it wouldn't be perfectly rigid. But how is he going to know whether or not from one end to the other that he's held that level without tipping it? He can't.
Deviation in that level?
Yes.
I would? Okay. So I'll have to do this experiment myself then.
Something he will never do.
Yeah, it costs $35 to rent one of these things.
I'll have to rent one to actually walk a line and see if it's level from one point to the other.
How are you going to measure that without a theodolite? He actually is so incredibly dumb that he's going to hold a spirit level and think that the spirit level is going to be able to do that. That's how dumb he is.
It's not that hard to do.
So rather than spend $35 to actually do the measurement that shows curvature, your response to that is that you will walk from point A to point B with a level in your hand.
No, I'd actually use a
Is
water
that
level.
correct?
No, I'd take a water level and I would run it from one end to the other. Water levels can go for 200 yards at least and still be accurate.
So he's going to take a tube, a 200-yard long tube. This, again, another thing he's never going to do. And he's going to have the tube at one end and the tube at the other, and he's going to fill it with water. And he's going to look 200 yards away, and he's going to eyeball it, right? He's going to be like, that looks pretty good. That's totally level. How's he going to do that? So the way that a water level like that, where you've got a tube and two vertical parts to it, on a curving surface like the globe, like a globe, the center point of those two surfaces is where you would have the horizontal that you've just determined. So I'll give you a little drawing here. This like flat earthers really don't understand this. They're and how do they think they're actually going to quantify this thing? Of course, they don't even have that kind of idea in mind. All right, you got a flat and you got a sphere. All right? And so now you've got, I got to use blue for this, don't I? There it is. You've got a water level in a tube here. Right? Water level in the tube there, and water level in the tube here. Now, right, I didn't draw the tube, I just drew the water in the tube. So what you can do then is so that what they want to do is they want to sight along it. That's what they think they're going to do, right? They're going to sight along that. And here's what they'll get. There's flat, there's globe. Okay, there you go. There's the two lines of sight that they'll get. And so if you don't know yet, this is to test whether or not Earth is globe or Earth is flat. So you don't know yet. That's the thing in question. So all that you know, if the Earth is a globe, then you know that at the center point, at that center point, you have found a line that is parallel to horizontal at that point. So I'll show you. So if we bring that line down to, the surface of a sphere, so down to sea level, for example, which of course, if you're on land, sea level is not exactly where you are. But you drop that down, and you've now identified a horizontal line tangent to the surface at that one point, which is equidistant from the two. That's what you've done. Now on flat Earth, if the Earth were flat, you've now identified a line parallel to the flatness of the surface, right? So neither of these does any good for you. Neither of them does, because you can't do this and determine the shape of the Earth just with this, with two vertical tubes. You can't. You need a third vertical tube. Now, obviously, if the Earth is flat, that third vertical tube in the middle with water will come up level. And so you could sight along that. And so that's what you do. You'd start at one end, you'd put a telescope at one end, and you'd sight along and you'd look. Tough to do. You might want to have something like on the, like a rigid structure next to it that you have a target so that you could see. And you could see, then line up, you put the elevation here, or you have the telescope back here, and you line it up. Look across that. If all three are the same height, flat. Right, now I have to redraw the globe one with 3, and I'm going to take out the extra drawings that I did there. All right, there we go. So now we've got the 3 right there, and then we sight along from the first to the second, or the first to the third, and I'll do first to the third here. You sight across them, and if that middle one is higher, then that's evidence for globe. If that middle one is the same, that's evidence for flat. Now, flat earthers don't understand this geometry. This geometry is beyond them. It's hilarious. Lady Moon Webb says, hilarious that you have to show them what they'd see if it were flat, since they have no freaking clue. Flat earthers can't even construct a hypothesis to test flat Earth. Generally, right? They're not interested in testing flat Earth. That's a very important thing that I've found. They are not interested in testing flat Earth. They aren't. you can't even get them to conceive of a way to test if the Earth is flat. The only thing that they've ever been exposed to is faulty ways to test if the Earth is a globe. Faulty ways. So one way to test if the Earth is flat is if there is bottom-up obstruction across water. That's a way to test if the Earth is flat. If there is bottom-up obstruction, it's evidence against flat Earth. Another test would be to go up very high and see if the horizon dips. If the horizon stays at eye level, then it is evidence for flat. And if it dips, it's evidence for the Earth being curved. And you'd need to measure that. No flat earther, I've never seen a single flat earther actually measure the dip. Measure. You see, measure. They hate to measure things. Another would be from way high to test to see if there's curvature. Now, here's what they don't do. They take the video that their Papa Flerf gave them. And their Papa Flerf's video, that somebody cut it up. They got a barrel distorted lens, and they cherry-picked sections of the video where the horizon is slightly below the center of frame, so the barrel distortion negates the curve. And then that cherry-picked thing, that's the only thing they look at, and they'll post that today on Facebook. Some flatty posted a one that was chopped up. It was so terrible. They showed the launch of the video with the camera down, different camera. Then they showed at high elevation with the camera sideways, a different camera. They didn't link to the entire video. No, never would want to do that. Just the cut up little section where the camera's just like very slowly moving. Right? And you could still tell it's a barrel distorted lens because the edges are curving up. So I like to ask them, do you have measurements of flatness? And then their heads explode because they don't know how you might measure for flatness. They don't have any clue how you would.
And what would that tell you?
That would tell me that those levels are horizontal from each other. They don't diverge.
And how are you going
There
to
are other
line
cause
them?
and effects.
How are you going to line them up?
So somebody's already done this before, dude. Way before you got here. This is the first time I've heard this argument.
What? This is the first time he's heard it? Max, didn't he just say he's heard this a whole bunch of times before, and now this is the first time he's heard it? Wow. Wow.
Well, somebody's already done it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Somebody took a 200-foot water level and ran it across, and it was an even level. There was
Who did this 200-foot water level that you're talking about?
no access, you might say. Theodolites aren't that accurate.
How did
200
they
yards
measure it?
is 200 meters. Sorry.
How did they measure it?
Well, they measured the distance with their tube, and they ran it one end to the other, build the water level up.
How did they? Not how did they measure the distance? How did they measure the deviation?
You understand
vertical.
what a water level is? Yeah.
Yes. And then
Oh, then they just line of sight it right there. It's the same level across each one. They didn't use a plumb bob at all. And I was wondering.
So not reciprocal zenith angles, a completely different thing. Now, who was it? You don't know who it was. Nobody did this, Roger. Nobody has done this. 200 yards. It's not happened. You can't name who did it.
Where the water was bending, but I still don't see it.
If you think that a tube with water is better than specialized equipment, okay. I'll guess
Yeah.
I'll let
Well,
you
it's
have
what they've
this
been using
turn.
for centuries.
And I think
Yeah.
that
They've been using it for centuries. You know, not to test for the shape of the earth, of course, but they've been using it for centuries. And since they've been using it for centuries, it's better than the device that's been specifically designed to measure vertical angles, right? No, that's not the reason. That's not a reason. Just because they've been using it for centuries, it is not. Oh my gosh. You don't,
mission
it's just too stupid to even talk about.
accomplished. So thank you.
Yeah. And theodolites aren't exactly made for that long distance, are they? Think
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
about it. I think it's like 250 is their max.
No.
How do you get the
No, there's no maximum distance to theodolites.
curvature of the Earth out of that?
I would pretty much appreciate a citation on that because a very simple search.
Dick Wayne, yes. Email Professor Phil and me. You know my email address. And I think you know Professor Phil's email address, and we'll set it up, Dick Wayne.
Theodolite max range tells us up to 600 meters, but then
Now, Max, I don't know what you're looking at this point. There is no maximum range for a theodolite.
traditional geodetic instruments can detect targets at distances of 2 kilometers, which is 1.2 miles. So
there's
you
no,
know,
there's no
it depends on
deviation
how much.
in it at all.
It depends on how much money you want to spend.
So it's all about. So I don't have anything against you, Max, but I don't see I don't see a difference between a water level and a theodolite.
That's because he's dumb. All right, here is there you go. Here's the little bit of background on theodolites on my website, and claim theodolites are not certified to be used over a specified distance. This is a claim that flat earthers lie about and parrot all the time. In fact, I had a live debate with Flatzoid who made that claim during the debate, and I'm like, hey, you know what? How about you go find the citation? He's like, I can't find it right now. We're in the middle of a debate. I said, fine, let's pause the debate for 10-15 minutes. You go get the citation and then bring it back right now. You can use your entire live chat to help you do that. You know what he couldn't do? He couldn't find the citation because it doesn't exist. It's something that was invented by flat earthers with zero evidence, and they just blindly believe it. Yes, I know Denosaurus. I know that Dick Wayne is resistant to evidence. He hates evidence. He hates understanding. I get that. I'm not doing it so that he understands. I'm doing it to highlight that flat earthers love lies and do not want to learn and do not want the truth. So I'm not trying to convince him. I'm trying to humiliate him. So anyway, I've asked flat earthers for a citation of the manufacturer's certified maximum distance, but have not received any. If you know of any, send it to me. Anyway, YouTuber Main Surveyor has provided some details on this topic. And so here's the Leica Viva TS16 data sheet. And the distance limitation, there is a distance limitation in the book for the electronic distance measurement. So there's a laser in it that measures distance. And that has a limitation. It does, yep. But that's not the angle measuring portion of it. That's the distance measuring portion of it. Because it's not just a theodolite, it's a total station. TS total station. So here we go. Here is the operation manual of the TS16 in long range mode. That's the electronic distance measuring portion of it. It can shoot distances greater than 33,000 feet. Page 70 of 90 in the user manual. Let's see if that URL still there. Oh no. Anyway, I'll have to fix this page. So, to be purely technical, theodolites don't shoot distances. They only measure horizontal vertical angles, sometimes called zenith angles, depending on where 0 degrees is. This gives some basic information on the Wild Heerbrug T2 theodolite. Jesse Kozlowski owns one. Notice the direct read accuracy is 1 second. So it's accurate to 1 second. Some models allow the user to estimate half second. There is no distance limitation. Again, the distance to the target is limited only by the operator's ability to see it. Let's see if this manual is up here. Nope. Gonna have to get that one too. I think I have the sources. When I first started doing things on my website, I would do a I do like this, and then like later I'm like, you know what? They'll move those URLs. So I download it, I upload the PDF to my website, and I give a direct link to my website version of it. So, and here's some information on the WELL T3, which Larry Scott has. Larry Scott's in the live chat right now. Let's see if that one comes up. Nope, 404. And datasheet for the Nikon Theodolite, similar to the one Ruhif used in his video debunking J-Tolan media. It's no distance limitation. Since like all Theodolites, it has no onboard laser. It only measures angles. Last one. And we're in luck on that one. Here's the datasheet on that one. It does not give any distance limitation. So effective diameter, magnification, image, field of view, minimum focusing distance, right? None of this is limitation for how far you can measure things. And of course, it's a ridiculous thing. A theodolite is just measuring angles. You don't need any distance limitation. But even more to the point, if you're going to say that you need to have the manufactured certified distance limitation for a theodolite, in order for you to accept the evidence from a theodolite, you also must require, you absolutely have to apply that same standard of evidence to everything. So when you're taking observations using a Nikon P1000, you need to include the manufactured certified distance limitation for measuring anything and for sighting things or for whatever it is for the Nikon P1000. Which it doesn't exist. Also doesn't exist because theodolites don't have one either. But the point is, if you're going to say that the device must be within its certified operating limits, then you must also use that same standard for all of the devices that you're going to use, including the P1000. So you won't. Double standards. Third law of flerf.
No, of course no. There's nothing. There's no problem. They are in equal technological steps in the ladder. No, I get that.
No, I mean that's an
100%
actual
get
physical. It's a physical thing with a water level, right?
Yeah. Of course, if you were to have someone build your house and comes a dude with basically a garden hose and says, "Yeah, I'll build it, boss," and then comes an architect with a suit and a Yolo.
If you want to trim it up, you could use a spirit level.
I know who I'm going to let build my house.
All right,
Okay.
real quick. Let's do about 5 more minutes of this because I think we got other people. But go ahead.
I am about ready to go. If
All right.
that is his best
That's fine.
argument, that he'd rather have a garden hose than a Theodolite, then I think we're good. Mission accomplished.
I mean, there's lasers that work this as well too.
No, there are not lasers that work. Flat earthers imagine that lasers are pencil thin the entire way. They're not. They expand in a cone. So if you're going to go 200 yards, you might have that. But it's going to be fuzzy. So at 200 yards, what's the precision of that, or 200 meters of that? Can you determine whether or not there's enough drop at 200 meters? I don't think so. I know you can't. What about at a mile? What if you leveled a laser and you pointed it across a lake and you had it 6 feet above the surface, and and a mile away you put a target and with a right on there and had a thing at 6 feet? What would that say? Would that be right at 6 feet, or would it be 8 inches above 6 feet because you've dropped? Well, what you would find is that after a mile, I'm worried you might find that after a mile the laser might have diverged a bit, and your accuracy might be struggling. So I'd love to see a flat earther do that. I've not seen one do that though.
But there's nothing that impedes a laser, makes it move any direction or take an account for it. But they're pretty straight.
That was lovely.
They have a distance on them too.
Nothing.
Yeah, they're powerful enough lasers to do it. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if you want to get an accurate reading, you can actually get a laser that can shoot as far. But what does this got to do
But of course, these things haven't happened by flat earthers, and it's just a diversion from the actual evidence there. This is how dishonest flat earthers have to be. They can't address the evidence. They can talk about some other experiment that's maybe somebody did. Who did it? Don't know. You could use a laser, but did you use a laser? No. Can you point to somebody that used a laser? No, but you could. Then that's not an on-topic response to the evidence.
To do with the Earth curve, dude. I'm still trying
That
to
is
figure it out.
because that is like literally measuring the Earth curves. But if you don't understand how,
Well, I understand what you're saying,
That is
but I
okay.
mean,
No, Roger, you don't understand what he's saying. This is so far above your head.
I think you're kind of biased towards something, just a little bit. Just my
yeah,
personal
the
opinion.
truth. The people that build, because the thing is that this actually gets implemented when they're building a road. The dude goes and grabs the theodolite and
Yeah, when you're building a road, they're not taking a water level 200 meters and then using that. You ever seen somebody at the side of the road with a water tube? No, they use theodolites.
measures, and then they build the road. Right?
Yeah.
So these people do stuff in everyday life. But there's more. So there's more people here. So I'll just go. Thank
Oh,
you.
thanks, Max. I appreciate it. Now see who's next in the list. I'm sure McToon's still waiting down here.
McToon.
So, Fletcher Boy, what's my live stream schedule next week? Haven't scheduled anything yet, but tentatively Tuesday at 8 and Thursday at 10 Central.
Yeah, he's up, apparently.
All right. Oh, he's going to come in and say some nice things. You agree? I agree.
Find out.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Hey there. Can you hear me fine?
Oh, yeah.
We sure can.
Good. There's an echo from someone.
It's Discord. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, I hope you get to go to Antarctica.
Me too.
You should be getting your $5,000 deposit into them pretty soon. And
Well, I don't
then,
think I'm going to make it this year, from what I can tell after talking to ALE and a couple other people. They haven't really answered. They haven't called me back. I left them messages and stuff, talked to the owner, but they haven't gotten back to me on it.
What do you need? What questions do you have for them?
What questions did I have for them? I need to know where I'm going and the schedule and stuff.
Yeah, so they have on their website the different things that you can choose from, and they have the same trip that I went on as one of the options, which is the same dates this year, December 14 to 18, and it's to Union Glacier, the same place I went. What else? What other questions do you have?
Oh, I want to actually take a trip probably a little further down than just Union Glacier. I want to go deeper into
You
Antarctica.
want to go all the way to the South Pole?
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for.
Oh, so they have that as well on their website.
yeah, I'm well aware of it. Yeah,
Oh, hold on. Here's their
their
website.
prices are a little higher, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, of course it is. That flight is a different flight. It's on one of their Twin Otters, and there's less people that can be on that particular plane, and they need to fly it, down to the pole and then back, and so the fuel has to be covered. Plus, then you're lodging at the South Pole station there. So yeah, there it is. So they have December 30, if you want to go all the way to the pole, is one of them. They have their South Pole flight. It is $64,000. You can go 7 days overnight starting January 10th. That's $73,000. They have another one, South Pole overnight at Three Glaciers Retreat for $85,000. So what questions do you have for them then that they don't already list on their website? I'll pop that in the
It's
chat
not just
for
questions
everybody.
for them, and they actually put a lot of things to me about not wanting me to go anywhere in particular except where they wanted me to go. This is what Peter.
And of course, that makes perfect sense. They are a tour guide. You want to go with them on one of their pre-created tours, then they are responsible for your safety, and they need you to come back alive. Otherwise, it's bad for business if people die on when they're taking care of them. So they certainly don't want that. Plus they also just don't want people to die. So, but now here's the awesome thing. ALE isn't, oops, hold on. I pressed the button on accident.
What time is it? It's time to phone a friend.
I didn't want to tease you. I'm not phoning a flerf right now. All right. Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions is a logistics company. And so they will do whatever you need. What logistics do you need? They will do it. Right? These things are difficult, but they're set up to do it. But being difficult, they cost money. So if you want to go anywhere in Antarctica, wherever you want to go, you can. And ALE is the company to do it for you. Right? Do you want to go any old arbitrary location? You just want to pick the spot you go to? Yeah, they can do that. Do you want to get dropped off at the international dateline on the edge of Antarctica and as perfectly as possible follow the exact dateline all the way to the South Pole and then continue on the prime meridian all the way to the shore? Yeah, you can do that. They'll assist you happily in doing that. Do you want to go to 80 degrees south and then circumnavigate all of Antarctica at 80 degrees south? Yeah, you bet they can do that. Maybe you want to do it at 89 degrees south. So you're 60 nautical miles, 111 kilometers away from the pole, the South Pole, and do a circumnavigation there, just follow that line of latitude. You could do that. All of those things are possible, flat earthers. Every one of them is possible. And there are some companies that will help you do it. Or if you don't want to have them help you, you can do it yourself, and you can just do all of those logistics yourself. They're not easy. They're not cheap. But you can do it. Right? Freely explore Antarctica is something you can do. But you can't do it for no money. You can't do it for free. You can freely explore Antarctica for money. And see, flat earthers, being so used to living in their mommy's basement and getting all the free hot pockets that they want all the time, they think everything should be free. As far as money should cost $0 to them. They should just let us go and not have it cost any money. That's what they think. Of course it will cost money. Would you like to go on a drive across the United States? You can do that. You can freely drive across the United States on the interstates. It will cost you money. You'll have to have a car. You'll have to have insurance. You'll need to get a license. You'll need to put gas in that car. And at night, you're going to need to stay somewhere. And we, as the American people, have conveniently placed places along that route where you can get food and gas and lodging in exchange for money. Amazing stuff. Similarly, in Antarctica, you can go all the way across it, though there are decidedly fewer gas stations, much less restaurants, and very few lodging. So you're going to bring your own gas with, or ask somebody in exchange for money to bring gas to you at different locations. Say, I want to be here on this day. Can you have gas there? You bet we can. I'm going to be here. Can we have the gas there? You bet we can. Here's how much it will cost. Right? And I want a car there. Okay, do you have a car of your own, or would you like us to provide one? Well, I'd like you to provide one because I don't have one of them. Well, certainly we can do that. Here it is, and here's how much it will cost. And ALE will do all that for you. Absolutely. For money. You can freely explore Antarctica by paying money. All right. ALE's a company. Yeah, you could do it with others. There's others that'll do it too.
You're told.
Like what? Like what?
Like I'm going to be restricted to what they can do. They didn't really want to take me because I was Flat Earth Society. They were real iffy. They really wanted to get back in touch with me on my trip. I wanted to do a 24 hours, live stream.
Yeah.
They were really iffy about that. He didn't want to have anything to do with me to start with. They kind of brushed me off like that. Just that easy, dude. So I went to another organization.
Roger, it sounds to me like since you don't have any money, they're not very interested in it.
No.
And that's it right there. Money talks, Roger. If you're like, hey, I want to do a 24-hour live stream and I want you to do the logistics for it. Yeah, they'll do it and they'll tell you how much it'll cost. But you can't raise $5,000. To just do the cheap trip is $32,000. So you're nowhere near. You're not even in the neighborhood. You want to do it. You're gonna have to actually, have some money.
No, I didn't. They don't know. They have.
Oh,
it had nothing to do with that.
Sure. Yeah, they don't. None of that is what is reality.
So, real quick, is this just a normal discourse, no debate here? Or?
Yeah, I'm questioning just a couple things about the trip. I'm hoping he gets to go. And like Craig said, if you do get to go, I hope that you put a little bit of thought into what kinds of tests you might want to do, because when Austin went, Austin who was the darling flat earther before he went, all the flatties thought he was super smart, and his what he was going to do was bring a gyro compass in his backpack. That was his experiment. A gyro compass in his backpack. So obviously he put zero thought into what he might do when he was there. So what might you do, Roger? What are you thinking of to do when you're there?
I have an observations or two that I want to make, actually. Yeah. And
So I asked him, and what was his answer? He said, I have observations. I didn't ask if you had. I asked what specific ones you want to do, and he can't name them. He doesn't have a damn clue.
I want to do a live stream for 24 hours.
Yeah, just a live stream. That's all he has. Observations would you like to do?
Well, I'm going to view the sun with a filter, for one. I guess polarization filters actually roll out reflections off a dome, for that matter.
Yep. A polarization filter will, so you get you can typically rotate them on the lens. So you put it on and then you rotate it around and you see if it changes the intensity. And if it does change the intensity, then you know that the light's coming in polarized, like it's reflected. And if it doesn't change it, then you know that it's not polarized.
So do you have any connections for Roger to ALE there, MCToon? Like anything that could help him out as far as getting him down there? Or,
well,
you seem to have the end.
Sure. If you want to go to the South Pole, the link that I put in the chat there is that's their options. That's what they have for.
I mean, do you know anybody that like at ALE? Do you have any
Yeah,
sources?
I can give you the email address of the lady that I emailed all of my stuff to and from, but it started with, hey, I'm going. And she's like, okay, here's the forms to fill out. Here's the place to send your deposit to. Here's more forms. Send us a picture of your passport and, all of these different things. So it's just business. That's what it was. So, when it's time for business, then it's time for business. That's what you do. You pony up the money and you start sending the documents and filling them out.
Okay,
Well,
I was just curious why Roger is having such a hard time getting callbacks.
Yeah,
I never called him once. I just emailed. So if you want to, if you email, and I can get her name. What you do is you email. You say, I'd like to sign up for this trip, and then she'll come back and say, here's what you need to do. It wasn't hard. Here, I can.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I called them the first time, and I did get an answer from one.
So why does he need to call them? Email and fill out forms and send money. You don't have the money. So why are you calling them? You're doing things in the wrong order. Step 1, make sure you're going to have the money. Then go figure out what you're going to need to do with them to make it happen, right? But if you're like, oh, I want to do these other things that aren't the things that you are already doing, okay, it's gonna cost you more money, and I'm sure he's on the phone with them, and they're getting look, ALE customers have money, and I'm pretty sure that when the owner of ALE talks to somebody that has money and talks to somebody that has absolutely no money at all, he can tell the difference. They act different. Because when you say to somebody who has money, oh, well, that'll be an extra $20,000, or that particular trip is $84,000. Person with money say, oh, okay, I guess I can do that. We'll see. I don't know if it's worth it, but yeah, maybe I will. Right? They talk different than, oh, that's a lot of money. I don't know what to do. Yeah. Generally Shady, you can bash Dick Wayne. You can. You are free to do that. You can. But I want him to... He has to be able to type here and not get everything that he typed blocked in order for everybody else to have fun toying with the mouse. You get that, General Shady? Like, everybody is having fun showing that flat earthers are incredibly dishonest and people that don't care about truth. And Dick Wayne is doing it. We need somebody here to do that. Dick Wayne is dumb enough to actually provide that for us. Awesome. So, but bash away. Go ahead. You can bash, but that's different than blocking or deleting, right? I don't want an echo chamber, and I don't want censorship. So, and Kango 44 has been bashing his date. That's not it. That's a whole different, you can't even, not even on YouTube. Nope. That's not nope.
Role and what happened on the trip and why he doesn't want to take anybody dealing with flat Earth at all. So I actually got pushback like that originally.
All right. Well, money talks, Roger. You say, well, I don't care. I'm going to pay you money. He'll say, all right, let's go. So
he told me
Stephanie.
He was gonna charge me 3 times the amount almost because of who I am and what I wanted to do.
Yeah, you have a recording of this?
No, I didn't record it, and I didn't need
awesome.
to.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
Right. Now remember, this is Roger who demanded that Max in real time pull out a Theodolite and do in real time a video. So certainly, since that's his standard of evidence, he would have have the owner of ALE on the line right now so that in real time he can get this, right? No. So the email address is stephanie.taylor@antarctic-logistics.com. You just shoot her an email and say, hey, I would like to go on the 6-day South Pole flight from December 30, or the whatever you want to do of the different options there. So, well,
I went to Swoop because I got nothing coming out of them, and they gave me their email address and all the prices and stuff too already. I already have this already. That's
okay,
good.
so
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, so you don't really have any questions then that are
not
unanswered.
for them, but I got pushback from them. That's basically what it is.
But this started with you saying that you had questions and you were waiting for answers from them to those questions. Yeah, and I don't know it's unclear what questions you have.
Yeah. Well, I want to make sure that I can get what I want to do while I'm down there, like do a live stream, et cetera. And he didn't want to actually go through any details with me.
You can do a live stream. Bring your own Starlink.
Yeah, I got that from the other Swoop company too. There's nobody else that does this. They have a marina-based system they use.
A marina-based system. That's right. It's in a marina. Deep in Antarctica, there's a marina where boats just pull in and float in the marina. Marine. It's not marina.
Marina. Yeah, no, I got you. It's fine. All right. Anything else you want to talk about?
All right. Well, yeah, I'd go. I'd love to see you go. All right. So, here's where it gets good. And it's obvious that he is squirming. What does Isaiah 40:22 say?
Oh, I know what it says. I have it on one of my shirts, actually.
All right. So he has it on a shirt. If he has it on a shirt, it must be super meaningful to him, right? He must agree with it, right?
So, yeah, he sits on the circle of the earth. We're going to go there.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So you agree with that?
No, I believe there's a circuit to the sun and the stars and the moon. Yeah,
So this is how dishonest he is. This really exposed right here flat earthers and their love of lying. Isaiah 40:22 says he sits above the circle of the earth. And I said, do you believe that to be literally true? And he said, I believe that the sun and stars do a circuit. Completely unrelated.
take a circuit. Yeah, that has nothing to do with sphericity of the earth. So
I didn't say circuit. You didn't say circuit when you quoted the verse.
Circle, circuit. Yeah. What's the difference, dude?
Well, there's a difference. So a circuit is something moving around the circuit. It may or may not even be circular. Moving in a circuit means moving. So if you're going to say that the word circle is in Isaiah 40:22 means circuit, then something's moving. And it's talking about the earth. So the moving circuit of the earth moving in a circuit, that's a different thing than what you're saying. Now the earth is moving. It's not stationary anymore. And it's not describing the shape anymore, is it? There's no description of the shape in that. You can't even infer that now. It's moving. That's the inference that you get. A circle is a shape. He's about to say a circle's not a shape. Circuit. No, did you hear that? He said, no, it's not. Let's listen again. A circle is a shape. A circuit. No, did you hear them? I was talking at the same time as him. I wish I hadn't been to hear him say, no, it's not. Because earlier in the debate, he said flat is not a shape. Right? And yeah, but circle is definitely a shape. And he's like, he's got the script and he wanted to say flat's not a shape, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about circle. A circle's not a shape.
No, a circle, it can make a shape, yes, but it's not a 3D shape.
A circle can make a shape. What does that mean? Yes or no? Is a circle a shape? Yes, it's a shape. A circle is a shape. And I wasn't saying it was 3D. I didn't say that. Is a circle a shape, Roger?
Yes, it's a shape.
Good. Okay. So do you think that Isaiah 40:22 is literal and that the earth is a circular shape?
It has a circular shape to it. Yes, just
okay.
From the sky.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's four corners.
I'm not talking about the sky at all. I'm talking about the surface. Yeah. Do you think that the surface of the earth is a circle?
Is this
according to
Isaiah?
Isaiah?
Is there a point to what you're trying to say?
I want to get clarification so I know his position before I move forward. It's not rhetorical.
It's not rhetorical.
Do you take Isaiah 40:22 literally to say that the surface of the earth is a circle?
Well, he says he sits on the circle of the earth. Yes.
You didn't give me a yes, no. You said some other words and then a yes after that. So could you, without saying those other words, could you give me a yes or no?
You're looking for a clip dude, you're in the wrong spot.
I'm not. I'm looking for you to stand up and have the balls to say what shape you think the Earth
Yeah,
is.
we're not doing that. You know.
Maybe he doesn't have the balls to say that he thinks the Earth is a circle.
You're not going to go.
Maybe he can't do that, and I get that he's scared because he's going to then
just
have
get him out. Just get him out.
consequences to that.
This is
Are
childish.
you going to be scared?
You're just childish. Oh, dude. Okay.
Dude, he's being pedantic.
I'm sorry, Chewy stuff talking over me. So that's how snowflake they are, right? Roger is evading just saying Earth is circle. He has a shirt that says it. I'm asking, do you agree with your own shirt? He doesn't. He doesn't agree with his own shirt. Or maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Whatever, he won't answer until he knows which problem he's got himself into. So once he knows the problem he's in, then he'll try to get out of it using whatever he needs to get out of it. That's what he did. And of course, he needed to have Chewie there to protect him because he could not just be truthful and say that he thinks that the Earth is a circle. And the reason why he didn't want to say that the Earth is a circle is because he knows what's next. He knows that I went to Antarctica. I saw the 24-hour circling sun, and it was south of us for a time, which doesn't work with the circle of the Earth. It's incompatible. Also, and this is what I was going to go over. I went over it a couple days ago, so I'm not going to go in detail right now. I was going to go over the measurements that we took, not in Antarctica, in Punta Arenas. We measured the distance between lines of longitude in Punta Arenas. We did in Antarctica too, but I was going to use the in Punta Arenas, right? So on the equator, there are 60 nautical miles per degree between each degree of longitude. 60 nautical miles. North of the equator, that's less and less and less on a sine pattern. It's not linear. So when you're at 45 degrees north, it's not half. It's not half until you get to 60 degrees north. And then it starts to decrease faster. So that's what I was going to use. I was going to show the actual measurements that we did. Because if the Earth is a circle, then south of the equator, the distance between lines of longitude must, no option here, must get bigger. You have to have more than 60 nautical miles, more than 111 kilometers between each line of longitude. And we measured it, and it's not by a long shot. I'll bring up the spreadsheet again for people. Sheets. Length of longitude measurements. Share. Copy link. There you go. I'll play that part where they had to boot me again here in a second. But anyway, here's the numbers. This is Antarctica. I won't look at that. I will just look at Punta Arenas here, right? We did 4 measurements. These are the averages here, which are the important ones here. So we measured a difference in longitude of, is that here? We got our end longitude of 53.568 and our beginning longitude of 53.805. There you go. Difference in longitude of 0.003950. And all of our devices are accurate enough that we have sig fig on here just fine. The average distance in meters is 265 meters. So there's what we measured. The difference in the lines of longitude in arc seconds right there, 14, and the length in meters, 265. Now, the globe has a prediction. What is the prediction? So 263. Flat Earth has a prediction. 1096. There you go. Flat Earth has a prediction. And which one matched? Well, of course, the globe matched. 265 was what we measured. And the value, the actual prediction, 263. So prediction and measurement match for the globe, and the flat Earth predicted 1906. We measured 200. So it was four times too large. 4 times too large flat Earth was. Must be 4 times larger, but it wasn't. So there you go. Flat Earth failed, as it always does. And they had to kick me. I was going to present that, and all right. Well, let's listen. I won't have Chewy interject. At least I won't add.
Yeah,
Because he's
yeah,
going
just
to
get him out.
some
Just get him out.
consequences to that.
Yeah.
This is
Are
childish.
Are you going to be scared?
You're just childish. Oh, dude. Okay.
Dude, he's being pedantic. Dude, you're being very pedantic.
He's acting like a
I wasn't pedantic at all. I was asking him to just to have the courage to say what he thought.
little kid, you know. This is how little children fight, and this is used as a grown-up. You know, it's ridiculous.
Oh god. Yeah,
It's the only person. Everybody else that's came up here has been fine until that.
Yeah, until Toon. Yeah, of course. It figures. He wants to get into scripture, and I don't think he's a Christian personally. That's
Really? Oh, no true Scotsman there. The thing is, I can quote the scripture here, and you run away from it. Oh, man. Better point that finger back at yourself there, buddy.
just my opinion. After all their actions now,
well, don't you? We're between screens here. Don't act tough, dude, and say, "Oh, you don't have the balls." It's like, okay, buddy.
Jesus.
Yeah, right. You don't talk this way when you're not on screen to people in person, so don't try.
Oh yeah, Chewy, I totally would. I'd say to Roger, you don't have the balls to specify, to declare what you think the shape of the Earth is, so that we can go test it. Roger, you're scared. You know that when tested, flat Earth fails every time, Roger. I'll say it to your face. 100%, Roger. 100%. Oh, well, why would I be scared to say that?
Try doing it here.
You don't meet people in public. Hey, you got the balls.
Yeah, you don't do that. You're not that tough, buddy. So
how many have we had
you
so
can
far?
check out now.
Yeah, and Toon, there's a link in private chat for the GoFundMe. If you want to donate to the flood victims, hurricane victims, you're more than welcome to hop right on.
Yeah, we get it, MCToon. We get it.
Yeah. Okay, is there anybody else coming in? F.E. Shields here still, you know. Can we pick anybody else? Somebody else come in? That would be what, 5 now? 6? 6. That's 6 grand total. Need 2 more people.
That's it. So, yeah, that didn't go too well. Roger's balls are made of pussy. So I haven't watched the rest of it where Luca comes in. Anybody, is it worth watching? While we discuss that, Bob says, never forget. This super chat from the beginning. This is, I think, from 9/11. And yes, never forget. The stories that I was listening to a story just recently about somebody that helped save a bunch of people, and they later found his body in the wreckage. Amazing stuff. Like, people really died, and these jerks just... Larry Scott says, Reciprocal Zenith angles. Come on out to Western Maryland. I'll walk you through it. Bring your instrument or use mine. 11.5 mile clear line of sight. I'd love to come out to the Northeast there someday. NASA Security Force says, see Dick lie, see Dick deny, see Dick derp, flat earths love dick. Flat earthers love dick. Jack Vetter says Dick Wayne's argument is for measurement inconsistencies / errors. That's always error on the side of curvature. And that's a good point. If there is an error in the measurement, what you get in a normal error is what's called a Gaussian distribution of the error. And when you average the Gaussian distribution of errors, you get closer to the real number because they're randomly distributed. Now, there are errors that can happen that will have a non-Gaussian distribution. So, for example, if you do not consider the effects of refraction, refraction will tend to raise distant objects up. And so you get a raising of that value. So if you're measuring a zenith angle, it will reduce that zenith angle, right? And so you get a somewhat random distribution, but it will potentially be a Gaussian distribution in that randomness around a certain number. There are other ways that you could do. You could have an error that's an error in your device, or an error in your measurement technique, or you can have a user or operator error. And those things, all of those things, you can, number one, you can work to reduce. Number two, you can typically identify them when you do your analysis. And number three, you can go back and then go redo the measurement when you've identified them. But for example, if somebody did not do, when they're doing their vertical measurement, right? If a standard procedure nowadays is to do a measurement and then you plunge the telescope, right? So here's your telescope, you're looking through the telescope, you plunge it and then you rotate it. And so you see here, this is the clip, it's on the bottom, plunge it, rotate it, it's at the top, right? So now if your telescope is slightly out of measurement, if it's reading too high, for example, when you point it one way, it might add 1 arc second to all of your measurements. And then you plunge it and you look at it in the other face, it will now subtract 1 arc second from your measurements. And so what you do is when you do measurements in pairs, and then you sum them all. You might do 2, you might do 10 different measurements, and you sum them up. And then you've negated that instrument error. So generally shady. Yeah, this I mean, Dick Wayne, you really are living up to your name tonight. Dick Wayne, you're such a dick. It just I mean, like people will come along later and read this and be like, oh yeah, what a dick. Anyway, there you go. Let's see, we got so inconsistencies will be typically Gaussian, and when you do multiple measurements, they will negate each other. And that's why they don't do just one. They do a bunch. And when you do a bunch, you get more precision. So, and they did things like they identified the number of the wheel that they used. So then they can go back later and say, you know what? We found a discrepancy in a bunch of measurements. I wonder what that is. And then they go and they look, they say, you know what? Every single time that we used wheel number 38, we had a discrepancy of this sort. Oh, well, we've got an issue with number 38. So we can either, remove all measurements using 38. We could quantify the errors that 38 will be adding, and then remove that errors through our analysis after the fact, or we can go and redo the measurements with something else. Options you can do there. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, unpopular opinion, remove warning labels. Thin the gene pool. If you're dumb enough to stick your hand in the running lawnmower, we don't need you. You make a strong case. You do. You can do a little tongue in cheek here. Or you can just or not take it tongue in cheek. Right? The problem, of course, with that, Pooh, is that then they're not going. That doesn't cause them to die, and it doesn't cause them to not reproduce. It might reduce their ability to reproduce if they're missing a hand, but what it will do is it will cost somebody money to go and bring the guy to the hospital. Plus, I mean, now you got to come back tomorrow and mow the lawn, right? And he's got to use his nub to mow the lawn tomorrow. So, and what if the dandelions are about to bloom? You got to get those mowed when they're still yellow. Dear Butts sent me an email. Dear. I'm reading here. Okay, let me. Can I read this? I'll read this now. The reason why I'm now trying to contact you is a bit meta. I would love to talk to you about how giving idiots a platform leads to bad things generally. In a world like it is today, it would maybe be better to ignore idiocy and get the common people educated better than to amplify what the stupidest and most aggressive idiots spout. This includes presidents and heads of state as well as Tiny Oakley and company. All the best. Keep them coming. I would like to hear your thoughts about that. And it ends with a tout le monde. Tous mes amis. Je vos amis. J'ai de partir. Which I only know is the lyrics to a Megadeth song. I can address that right now. So I think that misinformation needs to be countered. Not just pure education. The problem with just pure education is the flat earthers had an opportunity, and the people that they're going to be using as their marks have had the opportunity to get educated. And it didn't work, right? They didn't want to get educated in school. And if I just have a platform that is just educating, then are they going to watch this and get educated not in school when they didn't want to get educated in school? Some will, certainly some will, but and then come later after the fact and right, and then voluntarily do that so that when they, no, that's the problem. That who's going to be like, oh, I'm just going to. Some people will, but I don't think that kind of stuff is going to reach those people. I think it's a little more interesting to have that confrontation. So I know this because I look at the numbers. I don't do a lot of analysis of my metrics, but I do look a little bit. When I have a debate, more people watch. Right now, how many people are watching? 395, so about 400 people. When I have a debate, 600 watch, 700 watch live, right? And after the fact, if I have a debate, I'll get 10,000 views. If I have a review, I might get 4,000 to 8,000 views. So and I've spent 7 years so building up this platform to have this base here. So I don't know if that's going to do it. Oh yeah, the Mojek. Did you get my email about 360 original files? I did. Was suggesting sending you a USB hard drive to put them on. The problem is I suck at mailing things out. NA can attest to that. King Crew can attest to that. I owe this to somebody. I don't know why. It just don't go. F Grood. What did F Grood say? Hold on a second. I don't. Was that on accident? Alyssum did this for 300 seconds. Alyssum, was that an accident? I don't see anything. I mean, that's funny. Yeah, right? That, I mean, go ahead and say it. So there you go. There's Gowden's Riber. That's it. That's his tab. So, due to Brandolini's law, debunking is educating. So yeah, I mean, that's the point. I do educate. And having that live confrontation, I think, is an entertaining way to do the educating. So, not an accident. Unnecessary insulting. It's okay. Insulting is okay, right? You may not agree with insulting, and I think generally reduce it, but I think people should be free to insult within reason, and I think that none of that was outside of reason. So anyway, anyway, I don't give idiots a platform unchallenged. I think that's the important thing. They do not get to just spout their stuff. They'll say their stuff, and then I'm going to come in and I'm going to correct it. And the key thing is with debates with flat earthers is none of them have any evidence for flat earth. They just have poorly constructed logic, garbage experiments that intentionally ignore confounding variables. And so, you shine a spotlight on their idiocy. That's what I do. So, anyway, Lord Illuminous Pooh says, don't get me wrong. This one here, corrosive labels, reactive labels are fine, but the sticker of the stickman who's getting spun around the axle, come on, I don't know what that's, I don't know the reference there. Leslie Rohr says at 200 meter, Earth curves 3.175 millimeters, 1/8 of an inch. That's, yeah, okay, so there you go. 3 millimeters. At 200 meters, a well-collimated laser probably will be larger than 3.175 millimeters in diameter. And the fringe on it will be fuzzy. That fringe alone might be in that vicinity of 3 millimeters. Not sure, but that's the challenge, getting that precise measurement of something where you're expecting 3 millimeters of curve only on something that's a laser that might be that low. The precision isn't there. That's not a precise way to measure things. Lasers aren't great ways to measure things over great distances to high precision. A theodolite is fine if you have a coherent picture of it, then you can get a pinpoint to it. And flerfs don't like it because it contradicts flat Earth. They want to go to lasers because they're sloppy. That's why they like lasers. Cap 57 says ALE won't talk to Roger because they figured out he's a cephalic. Oh my goodness. What is that word? Lissencephaly. is a set of rare brain disorders whereby the whole or parts of the surface of the brain are smooth. It's caused by defective neuronal migration during the 12th to 24th week of gestation, resulting in a lack of development of brain folds and grooves. It's a form of cephalic disorder. Children with this generally have significant developmental delays, but these vary greatly from child to child depending on the degree of brain malformation and seizure control. Life expectancy can be shortened, generally due to respiratory problems. Well, there you go. They figured out Roger has a smooth brain. Yep. Dick Wayne, what does a theodolite use to measure distances? A theodolite does not measure distances. It measures angles. A total station can measure distances. A total station is a theodolite and other things like an electronic distance measuring device. But that uses a laser and it does the timing of the laser. It's not using the position of the laser. Dick Wayne, man, you're dumb. Did you think you had something there with this laser thing? Flatties deny the speed of light being a useful thing to measure with, right? We bounce radar off the sun and timed how long it took to go there and back, and we can get the distance to the sun based on that timing. Total stations send a laser out to a reflective surface and it comes back and it times how long it took to measure that distance. Do you accept that measurement? Then you need to accept the measurement to the sun and the measurement to the moon. It's the same technique. Sending photons there and back with a bounce. That's what it's doing. It's not measuring the vertical displacement of the laser. My goodness. Okay, what is used to measure large distances? Lots of things are used to measure large distances. We went over that earlier. I'll show you. Here is one thing that's used to measure large distances. Theodolites can be used in the measurement of large distances by measuring horizontal and vertical angles. And there is no limit. And they just need a view of the distant object that is coherent. And coherent means that it's not mangled by refraction or waviness or anything. How do you bounce something off a black body? What's this attenuation rate? The sun isn't a pure black body. There you go. What is the attenuation rate? You can look up mctoon.net/sun. There's 2 papers there. Feel free to read them. I also have some links to some other discussions of that exact topic, which you could read if you were interested in knowing the truth. But Dick Wayne, since you are not interested in knowing the truth, you probably won't look. Specs says, wasn't Ledwell meant to be back from Antarctica? Well, yeah, he had told me back in October or November last year that he was definitely going, but he didn't make it. And today he's still barely moving along in that fundraising. Kago44 says, has this twat never booked a holiday? Why do they need special treatment? Yeah, he calls up the Holiday Inn. He's like, well, yes, I'm going to need a foot massage before I go to bed. And then I need a motherly figure to come and sing a song to me and rub my head while I drift off to sleep. And how much is that going to cost? It's going to cost more? Well, why are you giving me the runaround? Why all the rigmarole? I need you to call me back and tell me about how we're gonna set this up so that I can have the matronly figure come and rub my head while I fall off to sleep. That's it. Rick says, imagine being near Dick Wayne every day and actually caring about anything he says. Daily Dick would be so exhausting. Oh yeah. Nobody likes being around Dick Wayne. Nobody does. Right? At work, his family, nobody likes him. right? And that's part of the reason why he's a flat earther. Because online, flat earthers are mandatorily required to like other flat earthers, at least the ones that are in their tribe, right? They find their little tribe and they stick to that tribe and they all, yay. But, it's okay for the other tribes to hate each other. So Kango44 says, every time I think I heard the stupidest stuff ever, like, where is the sun at night? The bar is raised. A circle is not a shape. Yeah, absolutely. Arnold says, due to Brandolini's law, debunking is educating. All right. There you go. It's not a pure black body, Dick Wayne. The sun is not a pure black body. And this is the thing. How do we know that the sun is not a pure black body? Because we successfully bounced radar off of it. Right? So you can go and you can hypothesize that the sun is a pure black body. But people already sent radar to the sun and it bounced back. So the hypothesis of the sun being a pure black body is falsified because of this chart right here. This is the signal bounced off of the sun, right? These four graphs here. So sucks to be you, right? And then here, look how they coincide with the prediction, right? Look at that. The solid line is a prediction, and the dashed line is the observation. And you can see, like in all measurements, in all things in meat space, there's noise. Right there. There's some noise there. And you've got some noise here. Right? These things happen. This is normal. And you analyze the data and you deal with that data. So there you go. It's clearly not a black body, a pure black body. Anyway, like I said, here is down here. Let's see. Here I do my analysis, and then there are some discussions I link to. Where's it at? Maybe in this top section here. Yeah. This is, oh no, that's not it. I thought I had, there it is, online discussion from CosmoQuest forums on bouncing radar off the sun with many links. Can radar be used to determine sun's distance if it's not a solid mass? And there you go. You can read that. There's a whole discussion on it by people that have understanding of the topic. Much better than any flat earther has of the topic. So you don't get to hand wave dismiss the actual measurements that were done by just saying it's a pure black body. You don't get to do that. Right? Lady Moonweb, from, not off of. Off and of are both prepositions. I don't know what I said there that you're correcting me on, but okay. Wow, and now he's accusing me of lying. What am I lying about, dick? I have evidence. You don't. Larry Scott says, looking at a laser target is very good. Not looking at the laser shining on a target. Laser ranging very good, 20 to 30 miles. Atmospheric density also accounted for in ranging. Laser light is still refracted. Yes, and I've talked with flat earthers that actually imagine that lasers don't follow the same laws. Don't like Snell's law doesn't apply to lasers. How do you think they collimate the laser? They use a lens on the front of the laser to collimate the laser. Lenses are how you do things using Snell's law. Oh, saying no one wants to be around me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dick. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure about that, Dick Wayne. I'm pretty sure that nobody wants to be around you. Right? You probably are unaware of it. I think this is often the case with people that are like that, right? So I don't know. Maybe you have a job, and maybe you talk to people that at work, and maybe you imagine that they're like, oh yeah, we're buddies, but no, they don't like you unless you don't talk at all, unless you have like a completely different personality. But people aren't great at being actors all the time, so I'm gonna guess, Dick Wayne, that you're not when you're around other people, you're probably talking about nonsense crap. You're probably talking and, annoying them with your ideas about 9/11, and you're probably lying to them. You're probably like in the next couple of days when you watch a video about what happened yesterday, you're probably going to, bring up whatever conspiracy theory idiocy you blindly believed from that video that you watched, and the people that you work with are going to be like, oh, there he goes again. What a dick. There you go. To be fair, Dick probably only acts like this when he can hide online. Well, that's another thing certainly that people can do. They do have two personalities. They get online and they're all tough, right? And they can hide behind that keyboard, right? So that could be, and maybe at when he's around other people socially and at work and stuff like that, he just doesn't say a thing at all about flat Earth. But I doubt it. I do doubt that. Anyway, he probably knows a guy about everything and anything. Clems says Dick Wayne is going to keep trying until he gets the one gotcha and then claims victory. Of course. Larry Scott says these days, phase differential GPS is a standard practice for distance. 200 miles is a chip shot. Oh, yeah. But Dick Wayne, I do know you. I've seen you typing in here in chat for a long time. I know you, Dick. I know how much of a dick you are. And people don't like dicks like you in real life, Dick. Right? I've had I've had the displeasure of working with people that are not great to be around, and when they're not around, we're like, oh, dang, glad he left. Or when he's not there, we're like complaining about how annoying he is, right? And then he gets a different job. We're like, oh man, remember when he was here? Whew. Yeah. We had one guy, he liked to think that he was a marathon runner. He's like, I'm going to go on a marathon this weekend. We're like, oh, really going to run it? No, I'm just going to go to it. What? What do you mean? You said you're going to be in a marathon. Well, I'm just going to go to it. So, yeah. Oh, okay. What was that about? Yeah. Okay. Cry more, Dick Wayne. Kango44 says, what happened yesterday from New Zealand? Well, a political commentator was by somebody. And already the conspiracy nutters are claiming it was all a hoax and saying that this, it's a big psyop and nobody actually, got their family left with no father and husband. They're actually saying that, right? Imagine that. This family now, no father, no husband anymore. And these assholes, Flat Earth Dave, assholes, are claiming it's not real. These kids now have no father the rest of their life. And assholes. Like, oh, it was all a psyop. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Disgusting. That's what, anyway. Before your gross persona showed up, which flerf personally attacked you? I doubt you have the balls to read this. Lots of flerfs attacked me, Dick. Lots of them. Would you like to see? Hold on. I'll show you. have a whole folder of their attacks. All right, here we go. Flat. Violent threats and insults and other cowards. Yeah, I mean, I know. I've gotten calls. I've spoken on the phone with siblings of flat earthers that I've debated. They've contacted me after. They're like, yeah, that guy's he used to be normal, and then he fell into flat earth, and now nobody talks to him anymore. He doesn't even come around for family stuff anymore. Nobody, can, like, it ruined all the family relationships. All right, here you go. This is an email from Jack. I really hope you and acting and your show is like a soap opera online. Otherwise, I have to say I would have maimed you if I saw you promoting that behavior in real life. And there's his IP address, 82.8.247.206. There you go. There's the IP address. Here you go. Jay Roveda says, monetize the video of me feeding you to my wood chipper. You didn't show for your date with my wood chipper. Who attacked me? Yeah, here's one. A message on Facebook, unsolicited, right there. I won't even read it. Go ahead. Unsolicited. He did that, and then he blocked me. He sent a message, and then the coward instantly blocked me. Let's see. We got this one here. Here you go. Here's Jim Lotus, Flat Earther. I won't read this, but right there you can read it yourself. For some reason, this he thought was a good anger. It is not. That's what happened yesterday. It's a bad anger. A very bad anger. I'm planning a video on this, I think. Anyway, here you go. John Puckett. This right here. Right there. Look at that. Because somebody said the earth is a globe. Right? We got this guy here. Lumpy gas in a vacuum. Right here. I'm from Minnesota and can get MCToon legit beat up. That's a real threat. That's a real threat. Let's see. Oh, I can't do that one. Some of these I can't even put up. What is that? That's in oh gosh. Yeah, all right. I'll put this up and you can see that that's in right there. What language is that? That language is Romanian. Dick Wayne. This is your people, Dick Wayne. That language is Romanian. Here is the translation from Romanian to English. There you go. Let's see. Yeah, all right. Here's another one. Your people, Dick Wayne. Right there, he's gonna flog me. He's gonna flog me. There's some accusations that the Q like to be put up. I'm not gonna put that. I won't put that up. It's just not cool. Here you go. Here's one. I won't read that either. Dick Wayne, these are your people. Your people, Dick Wayne. These are your people. Right there. That was in a live chat there. Yep. Here you go. Here's a threat from your people, Dick Wayne. So this is some guy who was talking smack about me on Facebook, and so I said that he's a keyboard warrior. He says I'm too scared to show my face. Anyway, I show my face all the time on YouTube. It's not worth the trouble. Also, I appreciate even more bold talk from behind your keyboard. Right? He's behind his keyboard. Pray I never come to Minnesota. That's a threat. That's a threat. Here you go. Here's one. Go collect the 3 Bitcoin from Dearth. One proof of the globe. And then, ooh, man, that word that rhymes with moose. Man. Let's see. That one. Can't put them all up. These, can't put them all up. Let's see. That wasn't. All right. Wow. Look at this guy right here. Look at that. Now, that was blurred, but here's his actual picture. Right? There you go. Yeah, one more. There's his actual picture. This is your people, Dick Wayne. Your people. Oh yeah, this one's a good one. Good one right here. I'll leave you to read that yourself, Dick Wayne. Yeah. Oh, were they before I make it content? No. This is after. I dared to tell flat earthers that they were wrong, and this is what I get from flat earthers because I dared to tell them that they're wrong. Right? How dare I? Right? These people. Now, fortunately, they're keyboard warriors. They're big talkers. Fortunately. And there's another one. Let's see. Here we go. What's this one? No, that's not. Can't do that. Oh, there you go. This is classy. There you go. Oh. He wants to take the rope to 99% of the human population. Yeah. Who am I to tell anybody what to think? Oh, you can think whatever dumb things you want to think. But when you lie about the shape of the earth, I'm going to mock the piss out of you, Dick Wayne. Yeah. If you want to shut up and not talk in public about it, I wouldn't know. I would have nothing to say to you. But since you show up here and you lie about the shape of the earth, and when people give you evidence and you double down on your lies, and they give you more evidence and you lie more, hey, you're gonna get people trash talking you. You're gonna get that. You deserve it. You deserve it. Because I provided evidence for reciprocal zenith angles. And you rejected them for 2 reasons: temperature and atmosphere. That was it. That was all of your refutation to the whole thing. When of course temperature was taken into account, and who the hell knows what you mean by atmosphere, whatever that is, in modifying the measurements. So Icy Spin said, oh, let's see. Oh yeah, I have that. I see spin. Yep. I that's going to be the key of my the key of the video. That's going to be this one there. So yeah, anyway, Dick, you are a dickhead. No, you don't reject my beliefs, Dick Wayne. You reject facts. Right? Let's get this straight. You have a belief about the shape of the earth. It's just a religious belief. The earth is factually a globe. It is a fact. Right? I don't have a belief about it. I know that it is a globe because it is a fact that it's a globe. It's been confirmed to be a globe in many, many, many different ways. That makes it a fact, not a belief. You have a belief about the shape of the earth because it's a belief because you do not have evidence for it. You don't have measurements of the earth being a certain shape. You can't tell us what time the sun will set over flat earth using flat earth geometry. You say the sun, I don't know, there's a couple different ones, but generally flat earthers say the sun does not set. It just goes away from our perspective. Okay. How far does it need to be to go away from our perspective so we don't see it anymore? You don't know? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Flat earthers say it's the limit of human vision, but photographs are taken with cameras, not human eyes. And the sun sets at the same time for human vision and camera vision. So it's the limit of all vision? Okay, well, what is that limit? You just made that up. You just parroted it from somebody else. You have a blind faith belief that there is a limit to vision. Right? You don't have any evidence for it. You have a religious position about there is a limit to what you can see. Of course, it doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous because the stars, which after the sun leaves your perspective or gets beyond your ability to see its distance, now the stars you can see, which on flat earth are farther. They're even more beyond the limit of human vision than the sun is, but you can see them and not see the sun. Of course, this shows how incredibly dishonest you are willing to be. Right? We have measurements that are precise, and you don't look at them. Thinking you can see forever is stupid. So you've said in a blind faith religious belief system. That's a blind faith religious belief. You can have that as your blind faith religious belief. It is part of your religion to believe. It's one of the tenets of your religion to believe that there's a limit to how far light can travel. That contradicts actual physics and optics. And so it is a belief which is factually wrong. So it's a false belief. So your religion is demonstrably a false religion. Right? And if you're going to go around spreading a false religion, you're going to get some pushback on it, So, think about why you like being abused. Are you a masochist? And so this really gets to the psychology then. So Dick Wayne, there's obviously quite a few issues that brought you to the position you are in life right now. And the different flat earthers that I've talked to, there's a good number of patterns that are similar. With zero exceptions, they're not smart. They don't understand geometry. Zero exceptions. Well, I'll temper that. There's a couple that do understand the geometry, but their position about why we the geometry contradicts is they think God is lying. So the couple flat earthers that can do the geometry and do realize that the sun could never set if the earth were flat, they just that's their position, that God is causing a deception, that the earth actually flat, but it looks like it and it acts like it's a sphere because God is lying. That's their belief. It's a weird belief for sure. I don't know why anybody would desire for the God of their religion to be intentionally lying to them about that. So, really weird religion. But, you know, people have weird religions. There's all sorts of weird religions. It's not weird to them, of course. Flat earthers have a very weird religion. So, all right. Dick Wayne, you have nothing except projection and lies. You are complete. No, in fact, I have everything, Dick Wayne. I have all the evidence. All of it. All evidence matches the globe. Everything. If you go up to high elevation, there's a left to right curve. If you go to high elevation, there's a dip to the horizon from eye level. When you measure across water, there's take two devices, a Theodolite and a target at the same elevation above the water. That target is lower than horizontal. Reciprocal zenith angles, sum to more than 180 degrees. Large measured triangles, sum to more than 180 degrees. Photographs of the Earth for decades, spherical. The ones that are far away, you can see the entire circle of the Earth. You can see the circle of the Earth. And yes, a sphere is a circle when you see it from a far enough distance away. If it's right next to you, right? When it's right here, you don't see the sphere of it. You know, right? I don't think I can get it close enough, but like when it gets super close, I still see it. I can't get it closer. I've got a half mirrored thing in front of it. But put your eyeball up to a ball. You can't see all the ball. So we get farther away, and the Earth is a circle. You know, that's what globes look like when they're far away. Every single thing, every single bit of evidence matches the globe. You have none. Oh, you think I'm a liar and a grifter? Send me a link. I'll join you right now. Oh, are you going to bring evidence? You're going to bring evidence for flat Earth? I don't think you are, Dick Wayne, because you don't have evidence. But I will send you a link right now. Absolutely. And just give me a second here. Got to set it up. Okay. Create the Zoom link. I got to clean up a couple of these things here. That was all right. I gotta make sure I get these things here. Oh yeah. Just 2, 3. Okay, hold on. I gotta download something first. All right, and it's coming. Yeah, you're gonna get some. You're gonna get some. All right. No, I last time Dick was on, as soon as somebody else came on, he scampered off. So that's fine. One-on-one is fine. All right. I'm still, just give me a second here. I have to download something first before I can do this. Is it done yet? All right, there it is. I need to grab this one. All right. Why did that do that? I didn't want that. Okay, all right, hold on. There we go. All right. Now I can. And now I can do this. All right, almost there. All right. Create new meeting. All right, get your camera ready. Get your camera ready, Dick. People are gonna want to see. I bet you're too scared to do that though. All right. All right, got it. There it is, the Zoom link coming. Let me turn off the waiting room. And I'll prep the scene so people can see you. They're gonna want to see you. You're gonna have the boldness the courage to come on screen, I'm sure. All right. All right, there it is. Been sent in your inbox. There we go. Make him present flat evidence or ban him permanently. All right, you will be presenting flat Earth evidence. All right, that's why you're here. All right, you've said you don't seem to think I'm telling the truth about stuff. So certainly you're going to have evidence for your position. The flat Earth evidence. Microphone only. Oh, you're too scared, keyboard warrior. Yeah. Oh, dude, we're not the stalkers. Did you forget? All right, let's go back. The flat earthers are the stalkers. Right here. It's the flat earthers that are the evil people. Dick Wayne. All right. All right, well, get your evidence ready. I'm sure you'll have evidence because, yeah, you have evidence, right? Mm-hmm. All right. Let me reload this here. There we go. All right. Well, it'll take them a minute to get in, maybe. I don't know. We got Conspiracy Music Studio says Dick Wayne has earlier said that 1 × 1 = 2, but that's not wrong. That's not wrong, as he now says, I manipulated the language to change what 1 × 1 means. Let that sink in. Yeah, people have a definition when you for multiplication. When you say 1 × 1, there's a definition that people have for it. And if you swap in that definition for some other thing and don't tell them, you are lying. Rick says, Dick will obviously ignore this. It's evidence. Oh, yeah. He doesn't ever address evidence on topic. NASA Security Force says you have to hand it to Dick's parents for their foresight when naming him. Yeah. Tony Ingle says, not smart because you question things, but question things because you're smart. Key message unheard of by attention-seeking conspiracy theorists. Yep. Leslie Rohr says, in fairness, me coming to Minnesota is a threat. Oh, you would never come to Minnesota. It's too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter. Too hot, I mean, too humid. I am here is a member at new member at Einstein. Thank you very much. Jean-Luc Richard is a new member at Newton. Awesome. Johnny 5 is a new member at Sheldon Cooper. Awesome. Thank you so much, Johnny 5. And Dan Demand is a member at Newton, says with the super chat, Dick, don't forget to bring evidence. Oh, I will, right? He's going to be the first flat earther to bring evidence. certainly he will be the first flat earther to bring evidence. Generally, Shady says, no lie, our neighbor was named Jock. Jockhead. No lie. Hilarious. All right. Well, Dick is here. All right. Make sure you need to share your evidence. You got links to it. How are we going to look at your evidence? All right. I don't hear anything yet. I don't hear anything yet. All right. Call Badger Dude says, my mom used to date a guy named Max Geek. Max Geek. Like, yes. All right. You're here. Are you going to say anything? Obviously, Dick is the only flat earther who knows what the sun is. Max says, I did not date your mom. Max, your last name is not Geek. It's... What is it? It's I don't remember. Anyway, Alex Bryant says he has no evidence. Is he going to claim you made his connection crash like last time? Probably. Dolden. There we go. The Mojack says a friend of mine went to school where the headmaster was called Mr. Dick. Headmaster, nice. Okay, so back to the Mojack. If you can, I can give you a Dropbox link to the 24-hour sun, and you can copy it that way. Or if you can provide a place for me to upload, it's about 1 terabyte. Those are two options. So, all right. Well, I'll pop it up on screen so everybody can see that that he is in the call. There we go. He's in the call. And his audio's not working. Wow, all that bluster. And he's having a senior moment. There we go. I mean, it worked last time. And he's on a phone. So, boomer. On Tuesday, we had like 9 Globers in here, all able to get on Zoom. Every one of them. Not a problem. Well, one had a problem getting his audio to work. Jay Donachie. Took a little bit of time, but he got it. The Flat Earther took 1.5 hours to get in. Also in the live chat, Old Man Yamaha was in the chat. Whole time he couldn't get onto Zoom at all. And here we are. Flat Earther.
Hello.
Dick Wayne. Oh, there he is. Finally figured it out. All right. Boomer. You got your evidence?
So you're a liar? Yeah, I'm not a boomer.
All right. Chop, chop.
Before you showed up, McToon, how many death threats did you get?
Before I showed up?
Flat Earthers. Before you started making content, obviously.
None, because Flat Earthers didn't know that I existed. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you showed up, started attacking people like me, and after so many years, you're surprised that some get angry?
Yeah, they should instead stop being liars and instead realize that Flat Earth is a lie.
Who
give
is
it up.
lying to you, McToon?
Every Flat Earther is a liar. Every single one of them, no exceptions.
This is a lie. What am I lying about, MCToon?
That the Earth is flat. That's your lie.
What are you talking about?
The Earth is factually a globe. When you say the Earth is flat, you're lying. It's not true.
No, it's naturally impossible for it to be a globe.
No, it's not at all. That's a lie.
Every observation everyone makes
you just lied again.
A motionless plane.
You just lied again. There's your lie.
That's a lie?
Yes, it is definitely
so
a lie.
So where's your first-hand observation of a globe, MCToon?
I personally measured the dip of the horizon.
What does that mean?
That is impossible
when
to
you're
have.
Standing above something that it's going to be below your vision, below a straight line of sight?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't this work over a flat plane?
I know how much it must work over a flat plane, and
I know how much it must work. Yep.
Yes, yeah. The geometry is very simple. It's a triangle. This is the kind of geometry that you learn in middle school, and you learn how to apply the trig in high school.
Yep, and you use straight lines to do it, of course, because that's how you get an accurate measurement. Yep.
Yes, yeah. And so I applied the trigonometry for flat Earth, and I made a prediction for flat Earth.
For flat Earth.
And then I made a prediction for the globe.
How big is it, MCToon?
Well, if it's
what were you comparing it to?
If it's infinitely large, the dip would be 0, and if it is as large as the Gleason map claims, then it would be a little bit lower than 0, but not much. So
again, if all your ideas,
that's how you hypothesize. You make a hypothesis and then you compare to observation. So I did that. I compared the observation to the prediction. So the prediction for flat Earth is if it's an infinite plane, here's the prediction, no dip. Prediction for it being a Gleason map, then it would be a small amount. And I can tell you the very specific amount that it must be. What's that?
Why would the horizon, even something like the horizon, which is not physical, it's apparent, not drop below your line of sight when you're above it?
Why would it not?
You're always above it. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So here is at 40, let's see, 20, 40, at 40 degrees south latitude. And I wasn't that far south, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. At 40,000 feet, which is what I was at, the dip of the horizon is between, if it's a Gleason map, 0.02 degrees and 0.12 degrees. Gleason map, and it depends if you're looking north or south or in between.
God, MCToon,
so that's the range.
That the horizon
that's
what you don't get here.
No, it's the amount. It's the quantity. It's the quantity of dip. If the Earth is flat, then and it's the Gleason map, then the most it could dip at 40 degrees south latitude is 0.12 degrees. That's the most it could dip for Gleason map. If the Earth is an infinite plane, the dip must be 0. Now, what did I measure? I measured 3.4 degrees. What is the globe measure? The globe prediction? 3.4 degrees. So I falsified flat Earth and confirmed the globe.
No, you didn't. An observation isn't enough.
No, it's a measurement. It was an experiment.
Measurement.
It's an experiment. I had a hypothesis. I computed the consequences of the hypothesis.
The horizon is apparent. How do you physically measure it?
With the Theodolite.
Do you ever reach the horizon? Has anyone ever reached the horizon?
It's completely off topic. I measured the dip of the horizon. No, you don't need to. You don't need to go there.
According to geometry.
No, you don't go to the horizon to measure the dip to the horizon. You specifically don't go to the horizon to measure the dip to it. And here we get to the other problem. Flat earthers are dumb when it comes to geometry. You have just demonstrated that you are dumb when it comes to geometry. You don't understand the topic. And here you are talking as if you do understand, trying to condescend to me when you clearly don't have a damn clue about the topic. You're not smart enough to talk about geometry. Not one bit, Dick Wayne. You don't understand this topic. It's beyond your comprehension. Yeah, you're trying to speak to me in a condescending way when you don't understand the topic. I do understand the topic. I get to talk down to you.
You understand the topic.
I do. Yes.
What
and you
did
don't.
You get an education in that too?
I do this
You've
is
been out there
middle
measuring
this is
the fucking
middle
Earth?
school geometry, Dick.
You've been measuring
middle
the
school.
Earth, have you?
Yes, I have.
Mm-hmm.
So, what evidence do you have?
To measure the Earth accurately is just ridiculous on its own.
Why? I did. I definitely measured it accurately. And you don't have you only have a blind faith religious.
You started in one spot and ended in the other and did a perfectly straight fucking line.
That's not how that's not how you measure it. And there, once again, you have demonstrated your complete lack of understanding of this topic.
Oh, no, you guys use shadows.
I get to condescend to you because you're not smart enough to understand the topic.
You guys measure a small little chunk and go, oh, well, fuck, it happens here. It's got to be there too.
It's called extrapolation. A perfectly fine thing to do.
You measure in a straight fucking line as much as you can.
And you've done
how far something is.
And you've done none of it.
The shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight fucking line.
But we weren't talking about measuring. We weren't talking about measuring distances. We were talking about measuring the shape of the Earth.
God. What the fuck do you need to? Is there no distances involved in measuring the Earth?
Certainly there are.
Do you not have to fucking travel?
Everybody can do it from their own home. They can walk out in the backyard tomorrow and measure the angle to the sun.
Yeah, it's cute that you believe that. We don't.
This is and here's the thing. This isn't a belief. This is an application of geometry, optics, and physics, which you don't understand. You're not smart enough to understand. I get it. I understand. I get that you have this disability, that you lack the understanding of the topic.
Parroted bullshit. Oh, you just don't understand the
That's
science.
right. You don't understand the topic.
Where's the guns, Nathan? Explain that science to me, McToon.
That's not science. I was mocking him for lying.
But you're here to do all the science, McToon.
I am, but at that point in time,
the guns? Is that going to make the feature film?
I was mocking him for being a liar.
He didn't fucking lie, McToon.
Oh, I can prove that he lied.
He said that if you pay a specific company tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they do all the fucking legwork, you can't go to Australia, or the island known as Antarctica, as I call it. No one said that.
It is.
They said if you try to just go,
did you just say
be stopped.
You just said the island.
You can't prove
You
that.
just said the island known as Antarctica?
I call it the island known as Antarctica, yeah. Because as far as anyone can prove, it's a fucking island somewhere on Earth. A really big one, if you want. Call it a continent. I don't care. The Earth is definitely big enough, and we are small enough that they could hide something like that. No problem.
All right. Here we go. Nathan's post. Nathan's post on Facebook.
Yeah.
Quote, see the edge of the real world, but don't try to go, as you will get turned back at gunpoint.
Okay, McToon. What's the exact context? And you don't understand what he said what he meant when he said that?
He said, there's no more context. This is the entirety of the post. You will get turned back at gunpoint. I was not turned back at gunpoint. There were no guns.
Go there independently, McToon, I bet you would.
There's no guns
there. So why
there.
didn't you test the actual claim?
There's no guns there.
Why didn't you save Will and all your fucking people that donated to you in critical fucking think there, and hire a boat, hire a captain, and say, we're going to Antarctica?
Why would we do that?
And film that.
Why would we do that?
That's the claim, McToon. It's not that.
There's
you can pay
there's no guns there.
Tens of thousands of dollars.
Hey, idiot! People have
Chile
done that.
Landed a military plane.
People have done that. People have done that, and they did not get turned back at gunpoint. And here you come with your blind faith religious belief about it being a military operation.
Where can I find the videos?
Blind faith,
I haven't even seen the video.
Blind faith religious belief that it's military bases along there. It's not military bases. They're
Oh, it's
prohibited from
science,
doing
right?
that kind of stuff. Yes, it's
No,
science.
they're prohibited from you being the fucking military and killing and destroying shit. That's what they're prohibited from. You got to be absolutely, completely clueless and just naive
I can
to
read.
think that the military isn't involved in what goes on in
Apparently,
Antarctica.
you
Why is
can't
the
read.
treaty there? What does the treaty do?
Antarctica
Is it the
shall
honor
be used
system?
for peaceful
It's the
purposes
honor
only.
system?
There
It's
shall
not
be
enforced?
prohibited. Oh, it is. There shall be prohibited
Exactly.
inter alia
And
any
what's it
measure.
enforced by? I
Stop
don't
talking over
care.
me. Stop talking
I
over me,
don't
you
care
liar.
about this
Hey, you
shit. I've
lying
already heard
scum. Stop talking over me. I'm
okay.
proving you wrong. There
Yeah,
shall
go
be
ahead.
prohibited inter alia any measures of a military nature, such as the establishment of military bases and fortifications, the carrying out of military maneuvers, as well as the testing of any nuclear weapons. But it does not prevent the military personnel or equipment for scientific research or for any other peaceful purpose. So they don't have guns there to turn people away with. So when that kid flew his airplane there and landed on the military base there, on their airstrip, he didn't get shot.
No one's saying he would have.
He
He is being punished, though, is he not? Was he not arrested?
Of course he was arrested. Anybody
Yeah, of course.
anybody landing at a military base anywhere on the earth will
the
get
treaty
detained.
system-
It has
so the treaty
nothing
is
to do
enforced by words.
nothing to do with the
No
treaty.
guns. No guns.
Correct.
The military won't enforce the treaty with guns. No.
Correct.
Okay.
So when that
Well, then
guy
why
from
didn't you again?
when
why
that
did
guy
you not
from
test? That is the claim, though. Why did you not test that? Get in the boat yourself.
No, idiot.
and
The claim
go.
isn't whether or not there is military there, you idiot. The claim is that
Oh my
that
God.
there is no 24-hour sun there, you idiot. And we tested that, and it turns out all the flat earthers have been lying for 100 years. Flat Earth is a lie. All flat earthers are liars. They said for 175 years that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. They were lying. They parroted it with blind faith religious belief as a mantra that it wasn't the case, that you couldn't go there or that you couldn't see the 24-hour sun. And then they layered on top of it to bolster their lie claims about not being able to go there because the military will turn you back at gunpoint when there are no guns there to turn you back with.
Nope.
So there were no guns. So Nathan Oakley was proven to be a liar.
60 south is where they'll stop you.
No, they won't. There's nobody
no.
there.
Again, no, they won't.
There is
But again, you
nobody
never
there.
tested the fucking because you paid a company, a very
It
specific
has
company,
been tested. That
a
kid
very
in his
specific
airplane.
company, tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that
And they got all
but
the permissions.
completely
you
off
know,
topic.
they
It
got the
doesn't matter
exemptions, they didn't
at
have to
all
bag your
whether or
own
not.
shit and-
The claim by the lying scum flat earthers is that there is no 24-hour sun. And then the lie piled on top of that lie is that you can't even go there because the military will turn you away. The claim is not about whether or not the military is going away. That's not about the shape of the earth. The claim about the shape of the earth is the sun being seen for 24 hours. So we didn't need to test whether or not the military would be there with guns. It's already been tested. The military is not there with guns. People have gone there without permission and were not turned away. Guy from Norway went there twice, wasn't turned away. People died because of him, jerk. But he was not turned away. The kid flew there on his airplane.
Assumptions.
He was not turned away at gunpoint. Somebody a year and a half ago flew like some sort of a glider plane there, landed there, was not turned away at gunpoint.
Mhm.
So the treaty says freedom of scientific investigation in Antarctica and cooperation toward that end, as applied during the International Geophysical Year 1958, shall continue subject to the provisions of the present treaty. So I went there to do science, and I did science. I did science. I measured the distance between lines of longitude.
It disappeared behind the sun. We'll never forget that.
What did?
Your head.
My head disappeared behind the sun.
Yeah.
And here you go once again showing how incredibly stupid you are. You don't know the difference between don't know what glare is in a camera.
Oh, yeah.
When the sun was shining on a camera, there's glare. And so when you're
that one time,
when you're near the sun and the glare,
never seen it before. But
you've never seen glare before? Are you that ignorant? You've seen glare before.
No, I've never seen somebody's head completely disappear when they walked past the sun.
My head didn't disappear.
Yes, it did, from what I see.
Oh my gosh! Go get the same camera, loser. Go outside.
Go get the same camera.
Ask your mommy to go outside.
These shitty fucking 360 cameras. Like, you guys didn't do shit. That was horrible. It was a failure.
Well, we successfully proved that there is a 24-hour sun with multiple cameras simultaneously.
No, you didn't.
And the cameras watched each other. So we had cameras watching cameras. And we had a camera taking a photo of the sun every minute for 24 hours. And we had a camera watching that camera do that for 24 hours. We had 3 cameras watching that camera do that for 24 hours. Yeah. And the sun didn't vary in angular size, and it didn't set. So the Earth cannot be flat. There is no flat Earth.
According to your idea, yes.
No flat earther has ever presented any idea that matches reality. The Gleason map, which for 175 years people have used as the claim of the shape of the Earth, is the only one that people have used, with a couple exceptions. Now, maybe you have a different one.
What map are you using, McToon?
I use a globe.
What did you verify the distances with?
I use a globe.
The distances you measured in science.
Yeah, I use a globe.
You use the globe.
When I
present the physical globe you use to make all those measurements.
I didn't use a physical globe. I used the mathematical globe. Are you that stupid?
No.
Are you that stupid? You don't understand how we do things in math? So when I determined the distance between lines of longitude, I used the Haversine formula. That's how I did it. The Haversine formula. And that's
Let me guess, it matched exactly what they tell you the globe size is.
Yes, it did. Amazing. So I tested not only whether or not the Earth is a globe, I tested the very specific radius of the globe, and it matched. Amazing. I tested the claim by flat earthers for 175 years, and it did not work.
The numbers you've been given since you were a kid.
What numbers?
Like
the numbers for the globe? I tested them. They work. They are correct.
Of course they do.
Yes, because the Earth is a globe.
That is what they are designed to do. No.
So why should anyone think that they're not right when you can independently test the shape of the Earth and then independently test to see if that radius value is correct? And every single time you do it, it matches. And every single time you hypothesize that the Earth is flat and test it, it fails. Every time, 0 exceptions.
I won't even deny that. Yeah.
So all you have is a blind faith religious belief that the Earth is flat. That makes you a liar because the Earth is factually a globe.
I have my everyday observations, and I don't care about your measurements.
You don't care about measurements because you don't care about truth. You're an anti-truther.
Gravity again.
I didn't say gravity.
Yeah, well, everything hinges on gravity.
No, it doesn't.
And it falls apart. What doesn't depend on gravity?
I can measure the shape of the Earth without taking into account gravity.
A pressurized atmosphere of gases.
Well, that's gravity, yeah.
Yeah, that's gravity.
But you said everything.
How does the water stick to the outside of a three-dimensional object?
Gravity.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. You got anything to counter it? You got anything to replace gravity that gives us 9.8 meters per second squared?
Water doesn't behave like that. Gas doesn't behave like that.
Doesn't behave like what?
You cannot show me gravity. Isolate gravity and show me a ball of gas.
Isolate magnetism. Isolate magnetism. Can you
my God.
Can you isolate magnetism? You can't.
Sure, give me a magnet. Are we talking about magnetism or are we talking about gravity?
No, I'm giving you an example of how absurd your line of reasoning is, because you're expecting you have isolate gravity. Gravity is an invisible force, like magnetism is an invisible force. You cannot get a bucket of gravity.
It's a force.
You cannot get
Again,
a
now
bucket.
it's a force.
You cannot get a bucket of magnetism. Yes, in our inertial reference system, gravity is a force.
Yep.
It's one of the
It's a
four
force.
fundamental
Can you
fundamental.
provide any other than you citing that?
Yes, absolutely. I'll pull it up here quick.
That it is a force.
Yes. Yep.
Again, the natural science, physics, chemistry, biology, gravity.
All right, here you go. Yep. Here it is. Einstein's field equations reduced to Newtonian gravity. So here are 4 citations showing that within our reference frame, if you read these set up our reference frame where we have
Our reference frame.
Yeah, where
Again,
we're not.
Yes, it's all the same reference frame. We
Where
all
we're-
live in nature on Earth.
Where
We
they're
don't live outside of the reference frame.
yeah, everybody lives in a reference frame. You can't escape
We
the
live
reference
in
frame
the
you're in.
same reference frame.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so
Yes, we
in
can't
our
leave it.
in our reference frame on the Earth, on the surface of the Earth, we do not have a massive gravity well like a black hole nearby, and we are not moving.
Here.
No, you asked me for something. I'm giving you the answer. Okay, so you don't get to say I don't care. When you ask me for this, I'm giving it to you. So that's our reference frame. I briefly described it. So within our reference frame, we have gravity. It's a force. So there you go. There's the 4 citations. Read through them. MCToon.net/Einstein. Come back when you've read through them and understood them. If you don't, then that's fine. They stand unchallenged.
Einstein's-
They stand unchallenged.
What will you do when eventually, maybe not in my lifetime, but when they do finally throw out Einstein, the guy was a crackpot, space time.
When they throw it out, so that's not going to happen. They're not going to throw out Einstein, just like Einstein did not throw out Newton, right? For example,
They're going to be left with no choice.
Let me read to you. No one must think that Newton's great creation can be overthrown in any real sense by this or any other theory. His clear and wide ideas will forever retain their significance as the foundation on which our modern conceptions of physics have been built. That's a quotation by Einstein himself.
I'll stop you right at the beginning. Newton's creation. Awesome. I don't give a fuck about his shit.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't
And again,
create nature.
that's because you're not smart.
No, he didn't create nature.
No, he created the formula for gravity. He created calculus. He created the laws of nature. Now he didn't create them. He figured them out.
He created his own language
Yeah,
to
he figured
describe
them
his
out.
fucking bullshit.
Now this
And he
is,
believed it.
but you don't understand it, and that's why you don't like it, because you're not smart enough to understand it. Now,
You know
some people are honest
listen.
enough to
Listen.
get the
I
idea
don't
that they're
understand
not
his
smart enough on some
language.
topics. But you're
No,
not
I
smart
don't
enough
understand the
to
language he
understand
made up
that
to
you're not
describe his
smart enough.
bullshit. I got no problem admitting that. You
Yeah,
don't
okay.
either. You
That-
just believe it.
No, I don't believe it. I've personally tested it.
You tested gravity.
Yes.
Oh, okay. How?
I in Antarctica measured a mass that was calibrated in Australia, and saw myself right there in front of my eyes, the variation in the downward acceleration. I brought that same mass to my house here and measured it here and saw the variation in it due to latitude, elevation. I did the same thing in the mountains at 11,000 feet near Lake Tahoe, and saw that the amount of the acceleration, the net acceleration was reduced at that top of the mountain there near Lake Tahoe at 11,000 feet. So yes, I did personally test gravity.
You tested the weights of shit in
Yes.
different locations.
Yes,
Yeah,
I did.
Good for you.
Well, you asked if I had personally done it. I have personally done it. You have not.
Invisible force that's magically pulling everything to the center of mass.
All forces are invisible, and it's not magic. Magnetism is invisible, and it's not magic.
The magnetism.
It does,
okay.
But magnetism is similar in some ways to gravity.
To change it to magnetism?
No, because you're trying to hand-wave dismiss gravity by saying it's invisible. But you don't hand-wave dismiss magnetism because it's invisible. Right? You can't see forces. There are no forces that are visible. So saying it's an invisible...
I can physically play with magnetism. And
you can physically play with gravity as well.
No, I can't.
Yeah, you can right here.
I can physically play with an agreed upon acceleration downwards.
It's not agreed upon. You can measure it. I've measured it.
Yes. And is it a constant?
No, that was the point of the experiment that I did with critical think and the masses. The downward acceleration varies all over the surface of the Earth, and it matches the gravitational law of attraction and centrifugal force
at different points on Earth.
Yes, and we can predict how much it will be at different locations due to the law of gravitational attraction and centrifugal force.
The law of gravitational attraction. What is it? Where does it come from? Does the force of gravity need energy?
No.
No?
No.
So you can have a force without energy.
That's not how forces work.
Okay, how do they work? How do you have a force without energy?
They don't have energy. Does electromagnetism have a...
Do you need energy to apply a force, maybe?
Here's the thing.
Does it require energy?
The first law of thermodynamics... There's no net change in the force or matter. Yeah, it's a property of matter that it has a gravitational attraction.
It's a property of matter.
Yes.
That it just attracts everything to it, everything smaller to it.
Not everything smaller. Everything.
Pulls everything, every less mass towards its center.
Not just less masses, more masses too.
Oh, more masses too.
Everything is attracted to everything.
It does this instantaneously over infinite distance.
Not instantaneously.
Not instantaneously.
No, it's been measured to have it propagates at the speed of light.
Oh, it propagates at the speed of light.
It's been measured.
Okay. So what is it at the center of every mass that puts out this fucking tractor beam?
It doesn't put out anything. And it's not just at the center. It's all of the mass.
Look at the mental gymnastics you people have to
There's no mental gymnastics here. This is well understood stuff. No mental gymnastics. This is the problem.
It's not understood. That's the problem.
It's not understood by you. You don't understand it.
By simple, rational,
you're a simpleton. I get it.
Who actually question it.
You're a simpleton. I get it. We know that. That's why you think the Earth is flat, because you're a simpleton. You're not smart enough to understand these topics.
I'm not smart enough to understand your fucking gravity.
Yep, got it. Glad you've admitted that. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you understand that.
Work on me, and it pisses you off.
It's not magic. It's
so
well understood.
Attached to the space balls full of
but
gas.
I have evidence. It's not emotional attachment. It's not a belief system. You are the one that has the belief system because you don't have any evidence for your positions. You don't have evidence for what causes the downward acceleration, and you don't have evidence for what causes it to vary.
There are plenty of other ideas of it. Pretending you don't know is just stupid.
You have ideas
and I'll correct it with you.
You don't have
2014. It was early 2014.
What was the
The
early
end of 2013, the end of 2013, the beginning of 2014 is when I started looking into this.
Oh, with
When I
Mark
started questioning the stupid
with Mark
fucking
Braun?
gravity. No.
Were you and
I've
Mark
never
Braun
even
buddies?
heard of Mark Braun, if not through you.
Ah, okay.
A plain truth. Someone you've probably never heard of.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
never will. He's been gone for
So all
more
right.
than a few years now.
So you have ideas. Is all you have, huh? Just some vague ideas.
Of course. And I can show you that in order to have gas pressure, you need to be fully contained.
You
physically.
do? You do?
Yeah, gravity doesn't. Until you can show me gravity saying otherwise, then
Gravity
Of
certainly
course.
does that. I can show you right now. Here we go. Hold on.
you're going to show me gravity.
I can show you how pressure is affected
affecting
by
the
gravity.
gas.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
show you
okay.
gravity affecting a gas. So, give me a second
I'd
here.
like to see nitrogen specifically,
Well, it's primarily nitrogen,
primarily.
but it doesn't matter. All gases experience the same thing here. So give me a second here.
Yeah, they don't all behave the same.
All right,
The periodic table.
here we go. Here's the barometer app on my phone. .278 psi.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Oh, look at that. It changed.
Yeah. This is what gravity.
That's
This is
gravity
the
does.
yeah. Gravity predicts that the pressure will be less.
So does other things, but whatever.
But what does?
Gas laws. Nature.
The-
how
the
it
ga-
works.
Well, how do we apply gas law to predict the variation in
First,
pressure
you
here?
have to have a container. A fully enclosed container.
Oh, which gas law says
As
that?
far as I can figure out, it has to be physical in some way.
Well, where
to
is
be
this from?
physical
I don't
material.
care about your religious belief system. Where is the actual
Yeah,
evidence
yeah.
for this?
Again, MCToon.
No evidence? You don't have any
Demonstrate
evidence.
Otherwise.
I don't need to demonstrate.
otherwise.
I don't have the
Pressurized
burden.
nitrogen without a fully.
I
How do you
don't
a
have
volume
the
of gas
burden of
without a
proof.
container?
You do, not me. You have the burden of proof when you make a claim
No,
like that.
you do,
Not
because
me. You're reversing the
You
burden.
are the one that is denying nature.
So here's my claim. To be clear, my claim is the pressure here is more than the pressure here. And
So
when
is
you
mine.
continue going up, the pressure goes down and down and down, but it never goes to zero. And between here and 100 kilometers up, where the pressure is very, very low, there is no physical container. This has been measured. That's my claim.
Okay.
That's the
Yeah,
claim
yeah.
of what gravity does. Gravity pulls
Back it up.
that.
You've never been 100 kilometers up.
I don't need to go there myself. That's not how
I don't
evidence
need to go
works.
there myself.
I can show you measurements
no,
of
that's
it.
how testing your beliefs works.
I can show you measurements
it
that
yourself.
other people did. That's how science works. There is no part of science that says you can only accept things that you did yourself.
No
That's
part
not.
of science.
There's no part.
You
There's no
speak
part of
about
science
it
that
like
says
it's
that. Now let me
this
be clear. You don't
all-knowing
use that
God.
standard
It's
of
a
evidence
God.
on yourself.
Trust the science.
You don't use that evidence on yourself. You use
Yes, I do.
whatever you like, you will accept, and whatever you don't like, you will
I use
reject.
demonstrable physics.
What are
the simple
what are
shit.
demonstrable
Water
physics?
and gas pressure. The globe cannot explain water and gas pressure.
Yes, we do. We
And-
do
no,
very
you-
well.
Yeah, you use gravity. You use
Yes,
gravity, yes.
we do use gravity.
Well,
exactly.
Okay, where is the center of mass of the ocean?
The center of mass of the ocean,
I want to know where
There is no
gravity is coming from.
every particle of the ocean.
Every particle of the ocean. Is
Yes,
the
it's
center
not
of
the
mass.
center of mass of the ocean. It's every particle of the ocean experiences
it's
gravity.
Just this constantly in motion
Yes,
body of water
because it's
stuck around
fluid.
the surface of a fucking
That's right.
Three-dimensional shape.
No problem with that at all.
Because
You got
of gravity. No
Yes.
problem with that at all.
No problem at all.
No problem at all.
Do you have any
Because
refutation of that?
Mass attracts mass.
Yes.
So what did the Cavendish experiment prove then?
Cavendish experiment, the original one was measuring the density of the Earth. But since then, people have measured the gravitational constant.
Was that my question?
You asked what the Cavendish experiment did. I figured that you meant the original one done by Cavendish himself, right? He was intending to measure the density of the Earth. He already knew the radius of the Earth.
Intending, and according to your beliefs, what did he prove?
He successfully measured the density of the Earth. As a side effect, he also measured the gravitational constant.
Awesome.
Why did you ask me the question?
Well, so what was it? Was it mass attracting mass, or was it space-time bending?
Within our reference frame, it's mass attracting mass. When you
You don't have to keep saying that.
But you asked the question, and I answered the question again.
This is again. You guys
but no, it
always
matters
escape
because
to-
your
Oh,
question.
but there is no up and down in space.
Your
I don't
question
care.
brought the context outside of our reference frame when you talked about bending of space-time.
No, I'm not. I'm bringing up the beliefs you're telling me.
It's not a belief. It's empirically measured. I have things that have been empirically measured. You have blind faith belief.
Why does flat earthers exist if it's empirically
Because they're
measured?
dumb.
Oh, millions of people are dumb.
I don't know. I don't think there's millions, but yes, more than 50.
I don't think there's millions.
Well, if
Definitely
there's
millions.
8 billion people on the planet, right?
There was a survey done that said half of Brazil.
All right, so there's 8 billion people on the planet. Would you
Yeah,
say
what
that?
do you say? I
Would
doubt
you
it.
say that the dumbest 1% are dumb? Is that a fair thing to say that the bottom 1%
person is not
the bottom 1% of the 8 billion people on Earth are dumb, and so
Men in Black said it best.
that leaves 80 million people that are the dumbest 1%. That's a flat earther's target market.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And is that how you save people, MCToon? You insult their intelligence just personally like that? Oh,
if you don't like
you
truth.
fell for a fucking grift on YouTube.
You did.
And now you're broke and you have no life. You don't have a job. In fact, I'm going to call your employer and tell them that you're a gross flat earther, so you maybe lose your job.
Who did I do that to?
I bet you've called many employers. But did you not call that Kevin guy's
I did.
employer?
And why did I call his employer?
Whatever, because he said something that hurt your feelings online.
He
Awesome.
made very specific.
You're such a tough.
He made very specific
Such a tough guy.
accusations online about me that had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And so when I talked to his employer, it had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Nothing at all. Had everything to do with the very specific accusations he was making about me. So I don't care one bit
even know
about
he
the shape of the Earth.
existed if it wasn't for the shape of the Earth.
But I wouldn't have.
So, of course, this begins.
Received that insult if he hadn't been a flat earther.
No shit. Had you not shown up and started insulting him and attacking him first, he wouldn't give it right back to you. Are you surprised when people defend themselves? Does it make you angry?
Hey, Dick.
It really does.
Hey,
doesn't
Dick.
it?
Simple. Stop lying.
Stop lying?
Yeah,
Again,
stop lying.
You don't even know what a lie is at this point.
Yes, I do. When you say
No, you
things
don't.
that are not true, you are lying.
People sharing information that they've heard, or
People
coming to their own
sharing
conclusions
wrong
of
information.
evidence
Wrong
Says
information.
who, MCToon? You?
Reality. The fact is that the Earth is a globe.
Reality.
And so when
I want
somebody
nothing to do
says,
with your reality. You don't
of course, you
determine
live
my
in
reality,
fantasy land.
MCToon.
No, reality determines itself. You live in a fantasy land where you reject reality.
I reject reality, yep. But I've lived in it for...
And you reject it.
No, I reject your so-called reality.
It's not my reality.
What you think is going on in nature, because it's twisted and it doesn't work. Physics denies
But you
it
can't
all.
identify one thing that doesn't work in physics and apply physics correctly.
For 12 years now, 13 years now.
But you don't understand the physics to even have this conversation.
Understand the physics.
That's the
The
problem.
physics of, yes, how mass attracts mass and bends and warps space-time. And
Yes, you don't understand these
space and
topics.
time are physical, but... So space and time are physical?
Space and time is the medium in which we exist.
Yes, MCToon. So is it a physical? Can I interact with it? I'm interacting with it right now, obviously, right?
Not like you
I'm
interact with
surrounded
matter.
by space-time. I'm making a
No,
dimple
you
in the fabric.
live with we are within space-time. Again, see, all you're doing is demonstrating that you don't understand the topic, which is what I said.
What is space?
And you don't like when I tell you that you don't understand the topic, and then you go prove that you don't understand the topic.
Again, you think space is a physical place you can go?
Here you swap the space-time, you swap the word space from space-time for space, the place that's 100 kilometers that direction.
100 kilometers that direction.
100 kilometers that direction exists, and that's where space begins. Everything past 100 kilometers that direction is space.
So again, there's a physical space place you can go, visit.
Yes.
Take a few pictures.
Yes.
Yeah.
People are there right now. Over 600 have been there
Awesome.
for
what
good amount of
percentage
time.
of people on Earth is that?
More than zero.
More than zero?
It doesn't matter what percentage. 600 people have been there.
Matter.
600 people have been there personally. So when you're like, have you been there personally? 600 people have. How many people have been to the dome?
Military Masons.
No, they're not military and they're not Masons. Some are military,
None of
some
them
are Masons.
military and Masons?
Some are military,
right.
some are
Almost.
Masons. Not all of them are military and not all of them are Masons.
How many were not ex-military?
Doesn't matter.
At least ex-military.
Not all of them. So you've claimed all of them are, but that's not true.
Okay, well, you're claiming not all of them are. How many, McQueen?
It doesn't matter how many.
Tell me the science.
It doesn't matter how many. You've made the claim all of them. That's not the case.
That's not the case.
So
only one of them does. But...
You only need one to prove that you're wrong.
Oh, yeah.
That's how it works. When you claim it's all of them, only need one.
When you've got demonstrable physical proof, no problem.
Demonstrable physical proof that not all 600 plus of them are Masons or in the military.
Well, yeah. Like
all I need is one
not all.
to prove that you lied.
Prove I lied and come up with a number.
Charlie Duke. I don't need a number. I just need one. Charlie Duke is not a Freemason.
Just need one.
Never was. Ran away. That boy is messed up. You see there? 600 people have been to space. So when his standard of evidence is, did you go there? If he spoke to somebody that's been to space and they've been there, then what? You see, when he asked me if I'd measured gravity myself, if I'd done that myself, and I told them I did, what was his response? Was his response the honest response that you'd expect from that? Whoa, you did measure it yourself. Oh, well, then I guess I shall take that evidence. But no, it was a sea lion tactic. Right? A sea lion tactic is to ask something as if you will now accept it if that is provided, and then it is provided and he still rejects it. That's dishonest. That's a lie. Send another link. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove your wrench. I'm not going to send another link. You bitched out. You ran. And the link is still active. I don't need to send another one. I didn't shut down the Zoom call. You can rejoin. All right. Anybody want to talk to Dick Wayne? He shows up. There you go. Is he smart enough to go back to the email and click that link again? Is he? I don't. Why would I send another link?
Hello.
Hello. Come on, Max.
Did you say Max?
Yeah, I said Max. Max wants to come in.
The little chihuahua.
Yeah. He'll chew you up and spit you out.
Yeah, I bet.
So why'd you bitch out?
Because apparently my telecommunications use globe math and they suck.
Here's Icy Spin.
Going on?
What's up?
Not much.
Dick is getting everything wrong.
Yeah, I think
of
Dick,
course.
Dick Wayne and I, we've gone back and forth here and there, and can't remember exactly where we left it last, but yeah, we might as well chat about it.
I don't think I've ever spoke to you live. Just in chat.
No, not live, just in chat. Yeah. So
What do
we
you need
talked
to
about
know?
talked about the sun before. I think you said that you've had sunburns,
Yeah, of course.
but it doesn't mean that the sun's physical.
No. It just means it's a source of heat, energy, light.
I got you. So what other things do we know of that aren't physical that can affect things in physical reality?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any. I think that we've made many measurements on the sun. I think just the one that I brought up, just the fact that you can actually be affected
Can I
by it
just
in reality.
Stop you right there for a sec. You've made
are you gonna-
observations of the sun.
Well, I've
me-
interacted with the sun.
Just wait. For me, the sun is far beyond any hope of me physically interacting with. I had no hand in its creation. I have no clue what it is or how it does what it does.
Embrace
but
that
it does.
ignorance.
It's not ignorance, it's honesty.
No, you're
But you've
ignorant of it.
You've interacted with the sun, just like I have.
I have interacted with a giant light in the sky, yes.
Yeah. And so therefore it exists in reality.
Of course. But
Yeah.
do you not understand what I mean by beyond physical? Can I
No.
physically get a piece of the sun
Yes.
and study it and look at it?
Yes. Well,
You'll burn, but yes.
there's a way
So
to do
no or
that.
yes?
There's a way to
No,
do
yes. We crushed a probe into the sun and it disintegrated.
We crashed a probe. Enough
Yeah.
with
Right.
the weed.
Yeah,
I
we
don't care
being
about we.
the royal
Again,
we.
it. Humankind.
Me,
That would be
I
the-
can only speak for me and what I can physically test.
Yeah, but you're
he has
retarded, so no one cares.
That's right.
Well,
Thank
in
you,
theory,
Max.
in theory, you could go on a mission to the sun. Sure.
I mean, if you
Like
want,
In theory,
it would be
Right.
your last mission, but
Like a-
you could.
the technology
we could
exists today
start a
for you to be a part
petition.
of a mission like that. Go ahead.
We could
Sorry, Mike.
start a petition to launch you into the sun. Everyone would support that. We would get the funding like that.
go for it. At this point, bring it on.
And you'll do it. Are
Yeah,
you sure?
Send me on the 93 million
Do
mile
not
trip.
underestimate our motivation because we will fucking launch you
Go
into
for
the
it.
sun.
Go for it.
I'm going to share
Measles.
something, and I
All
want to get
measles. See
Dick.
how much
I want to
it'll
get Dick
cost.
Wayne's
Can we
opinion.
get a couple super chats to start raising those funds? Show Dick that we're serious about that. Let's do 3-4 super chats. The cheap
I'm
ones.
confident I am.
right.
It's impossible.
All right, Icy Spin. Are you?
Yeah, give me a second.
All right, you can
just
share.
going to grab it.
While we're here, let me. Let's
In
see.
theory, anything's possible.
Alyssum said, "Oi, Dicky, can you show us a functional flat Earth base map? Can you explain why we navigate based on a globe? Why is all
Because
navigation
that's what
based?
you were told.
Yeah, but why
That's
is all
how it's
navigation
done.
based on a globe, and why does it work?
Because
Okay,
that's
I got
what
it.
it was designed to do.
It would only work if the Earth actually is a globe.
And they knew nobody is going to take the time and effort and
Oh,
resource
we took
cost
the
it would
time and
take.
effort.
I
Can you
tested
be
it.
quiet for a second, please? Let me finish. Nobody, normal
You just speak
person.
too slow.
Hey, he's
Dick-
slow. He
Dick,
is
I wanna
slow.
I want to show you something real quick.
Oh, there we go. We already have $5 for the Dick fund to the sun.
NASA
7.
Security Force says Dick for Sun Trip 2026. And Conspiracy
Five-
Music Studio
yeah.
says let's send Dick to the sun for €2. And we're up
Let's
to $7.
We got it.
Yeah. Dick, can you see my screen?
When it doesn't happen, give the money to charity.
All right, Dick. What I'm showing here is a video that I created a Python script that will draw a perfect circle around whatever is circular on the screen at the time, and it happened to be a Red's Rhetoric video where he was at in Tampa, where he used to live, and he shot a video of the sun from 7:26 in the morning until 7:27 in the evening when it set. And so what I did is I took this video and I just made a square around the inner part where you could just see the sun that was shot with a solar filter. And I drew a circle around the sun at every single frame throughout the video to see how wide it was, what the diameter of it was. And as you can notice, if you look up here in the top left, well, it switches every now and then, but it stays at a consistent 684, sometimes switches to 686, sometimes goes down to 682. If we're looking at that from a mathematical perspective, it's a very, very, very tiny change in the pixel count of what you see on the screen. And my question is, how does a sun that has virtually no change in size throughout an entire day work on a flat Earth?
The silence of concession. Love that.
No, the question is not answerable.
Oh, it is
Again.
definitely
I
answerable.
have an answer.
I can answer that.
I can answer it.
Me too.
If you can answer in the live chat, put a 1.
I know all you guys can answer it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You made an
Yeah,
observation.
that's what happens when you get an education, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you made an observation.
When you actually have an understanding of our reality, you can provide answers for these things.
Oh man.
Ooh, we got a lot of ones.
Yeah.
I don't know
Tell
how
me-
you can pretend to
Tell me what about my
understand
question?
nature and not understand how this is not science.
I'll give you a shot to expand. What about my question made it unanswerable?
It is an observation of something you know nothing about.
Oh, but we know a lot about the sun. We know it's mostly hydrogen.
You believe you do.
No,
And it's
we know.
bullshit.
We did experiments,
Yeah,
spectroscopy,
we
buddy.
tested
Who
it.
is we, Max? Have you ever done anything?
Humanity.
Yeah, it's the royal we.
Royal
Well,
we.
again, there are
I know that
millions of
English is
people
very
who
hard
weren't
for you. I
involved.
understand. that you barely know how to speak. But it's a royal we. It's we as in all of humanity, our collective
Well, it's
knowledge.
not all. Let's stick to the top 99%, maybe.
Well, sure.
Yeah. And all the ancients and they were just dumb goat herders and knew nothing, right?
No, we did science after we stopped.
Not all of them.
We first mastered goat herding, and then we moved on to science. First, we had to make sure, we had food and clothes.
Someone said, I don't know where it came from. Sav might be your dad, or maybe not. Maybe that's just a rumor floating around. But I asked him the same question.
You and your trolls making.
I asked him the same question, and
Wesley or something.
He told me that it has something to do with a perspective, with a coffee cup. One example, he used a lighter in another example. I think Wesley might even be in the chat. Wesley tried to present my evidence the other day, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was on Flatzoid's. Flatzoid doesn't cover Flat Earth anymore, except for when he does.
Except for when he does, yes.
Which is often.
You guys love to just keep sticking that knife and twisting it, huh?
Well, yeah, I did. I presented this evidence, and like you said, it was a knife end twisting, and they didn't have an answer. And so I thought maybe I'd give you a chance. I'm hoping someone eventually will come up with something, but. Sounds like
I can't explain to you what the sun is or how it does what it does. Why it
go away then.
It does. Why it observes.
Then don't pretend to know about the Earth. Then don't pretend to know about nature and reality. Then, because you obviously don't know anything about nature and reality.
Is 93 million miles away from Earth in nature?
Yes. 100%.
Yes. Okay.
Awesome.
Where do you go with that? Exactly. Awesome. Where do you go with that thinking?
Where do you go with that?
You guys are hopeless. You guys are hopeless.
What's wrong with that?
That's why there are so many people who question the ball.
Do you have any refutation for it that is on topic? Or is it just
yes, I do.
Blind faith religion?
Gas and fucking gravity is stupid.
Okay, that's just your mantra. That's not actually that's not on topic response.
Yeah.
Incredulity
is not an argument.
Yeah, do you have an on topic refutation of the distance to the sun measurements?
Have an example of gravity holding a gas to an object.
Yeah, yes. The sun. But you changed the topic.
The sun.
Can you, without changing topic, stay on topic, refute the measurements of the distance to the sun?
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. On topic.
You can't physically measure a 93 million mile distance.
Yes, you can. With radar, I showed it to you before.
That's just
recycling.
That's just a blind faith. It's just a blind faith mantra.
I'm being taught that it's a fucking black body.
All of you've said is your mantras.
Frequency at a black body. Well, it's just going to absorb it. You're telling me a source of light bounces light off of it?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
And
do you have an on topic or any evidence to support your claim?
How does a radio signal travel that far and back? That's how many million miles?
How do you get radio?
186 million miles?
How do you get radio from, let's say, a radio studio that's in Hollywood, and you're going down the freeway at 100 kilometers an hour?
Is that
how does it get?
It doesn't matter.
Answer the question. Do not dodge. How can you receive?
Propagate through?
How can you receive your radio in your car from a studio in Hollywood when you're going down the highway at 100 kilometers per hour? Answer the question.
Because there are these things called towers.
Okay.
And they send them out.
We built a giant
specific frequency. You have a receiver in your car. It picks up that frequency when it can. Perfect. What about the time when it can't pick up
we built a giant antenna. We point it at the sun. We shoot the radar. It comes back.
We did.
Simple as that.
Did they?
Yeah. Toon
Yeah,
showed that to you already.
They did. And you believe that? That's awesome. Good for you.
There's evidence for it.
And say,
there's
I don't
evidence for
bullshit,
it. You don't have evidence for your position.
I deny your evidence because it's stupid.
That's
Well, you
not.
had to
That's
replace
not.
I,
Yeah, that's not
And
an
it
actual.
denies
That's not
nature
refutation.
And anything that can be physically
Not a
tested
refutation.
and proven.
can I show gas without containment?
Yeah.
No, but please do try.
Okay.
I'm looking for specifically nitrogen.
I don't give a fuck what you're looking for. You don't get to decide.
I know you
So
laugh
can you
because it's a
explain
joke
to
to think
me?
it can't
Shut the
be.
fuck up. Well, can you explain to me why these bags are floating there? The silence
gonna
of
guess
concession. Thank you very much.
No. Oh my God. Let me
Yes.
think about your stupid question for a second. It's so stupid, you got to think. Okay?
Oh, I know the answer.
It's-
like, right
it's
away.
over.
Sulfur
It's over your head.
hexafluoride here is in that tub. And why is there a
Right.
tub there?
You tell me. I asked the question.
Because that is denser than the air, but even still, it at least needs 4 walls and a fucking base.
But now we're
Container.
changing. Now it's not a sealed container. Now we can take off one wall. Okay. So why isn't the gas going up?
There's
Go.
there's nothing on the top.
It is actually. It is slowly dissipating till it equalizes with the atmosphere, and the atmosphere eats it up.
Eats it up. What does that mean?
If you left that tub there for how long before there's no sulfur hexafluoride left?
You tell me.
Indefinitely.
No, you tell me. You're the one that's saying gravity keeps it there. According to you, it should stay there indefinitely.
Yeah, it stays there. Why would
Okay,
it?
well then do that experiment, please. Put
Well,
a
what's
tub
the
of
ex-
it
well,
and
You
what's
are
the
seeing
explanation?
it.
and
What's the
record it.
explanation for Max's? Max is showing it hovering there. Why is it doing that?
Because you have a gas that's more dense than the atmosphere contained, at least 4 walls and a base, and it's sitting on top of that gas.
So you don't need a container then.
You don't need a container. Got
Yeah.
it.
Is the
Now-
tub not a container?
No, on the top. You don't need a container
is
on the
that gas
top.
pressurized? If you
Well,
were to
there's no lid.
pressurize that sulfur hexafluoride, what
It
would
is-
happen then?
It is
That is
pressurized.
pressurized.
It's-
If you put a measuring valve
Do
at
you
the
know what I
bottom
mean?
of that,
You don't even know what I mean.
I know exactly what you
You
mean.
know exactly what you mean.
Like, Dick, when you say 2 words, I already know the following sentence. I can read you like ChatGPT, so don't.
You
So-
fucking shut up, Max. You couldn't read
Oh.
a fucking book.
Not nice.
So if you put a pressure measure, a pressure measuring device at the bottom of there, do you think you will get atmospheric pressure, or that you will get a bigger pressure than the atmosphere?
Will it be a bigger pressure? Probably, yeah. Because
Okay,
there's a
why?
denser gas sitting on top of it.
Oh,
Yeah, and
why?
why is
why
it
is there
being
more?
pulled down?
Yeah, that's weird. What's causing that pulling down? That's
Again,
more.
it's not going down. It is moving
is
in
going
every
down.
direct. No, it isn't,
it is.
Max.
Yeah, it is.
What
It
are
is
the
going
4
down.
walls and the
It
base
has
for?
bags of
What
air
are the 4
floating on
walls
top of
for
it.
then?
It
What
has
are the 4
bags
walls
of
doing?
air
Is that
floating on
gas
top
not
of
making?
it.
Listen for a second. Just shut up and listen for even just 15 seconds. What are the 4 walls for? What is the gas's interaction on those 4 walls?
They crash into the walls. So
Yes,
crash
and
into
have
the floor,
perfect
too.
elastic collisions, and then they go.
No,
in
they're not
a
perfect.
Straight line. Whatever
they're
angle
not-
they were
they're
deflected
not
at,
perfect.
they go in this frickin'.
they are not perfect elastic collisions, you filthy liar. That's for ideal gases in ideal
yes,
situations.
Gases have
Right.
perfect
So
elastic
even if you
collision,
have
as far as
collisions,
anyone can tell.
Even if you have collisions, why is it that it's not getting out of the tub? Because if you have collisions,
It is
at
getting
least
out of the
stop-
tub.
If you have collisions with the sheer amount of molecules that are there, you will have molecules that will crash and divert up. Why aren't they leaving the tub?
They are, Max.
No, they're not.
Again, are you saying if you left that tub there, it would just sit there indefinitely?
Yes.
Can you prove
Pretty
that,
much, yeah.
please?
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, pretty much, yeah. Well, prove it. Leave a tub of sulfur hexafluoride sitting in your room and tell me. Do all the measurements, record, repeat.
But it's there.
Come on, do the
I'm
science,
showing it to
Max.
you.
You're not
You don't
showing,
know
you're
what
showing me a
science
quick
is.
demonstration.
Yeah, because
Again.
it debunks your whole notion that gases need. You know, you want another one? You want another one? Hold on.
Again, you give it a fucking container, 4 walls and a
No,
fucking
no, no.
base.
That's not a container.
Okay,
We agreed.
remove the container, and will that how will that balloon float? Remove the tub. Will that balloon float?
Well, the gas, because it's being pressured down, it will move horizontally.
Gas is being pressured down.
Yeah, by gravity.
No, yeah, it's
Because
being
the
pulled
gas
to the
is stacked,
center of
the
Earth.
gas is stacked in the container like this. If you remove the walls, then it will stack at the bottom, but like this, horizontally. So this is something
I
that
don't
is called
disagree with that.
exactly. Okay, so gravity,
even with sulfur hexafluoride,
shut
to do your
the fuck up.
stupid
Next one.
demonstration.
This is called a tokamak reactor. This is a reactor that holds very hot plasma with magnetic fields.
With
Yes.
magnetic fields, thank
With
you.
magnetic
okay.
fields. So there
Not
we
gravity.
have gas with containment through
A magnetic
force.
field, not
Through a
gravity.
force. Here,
Through magnetic
It's
field,
an invisible
not
force,
gravity.
by the way,
it's
isn't
a,
it,
it's a
Max?
force, dummy. It's
Max,
equivalent.
whatever.
Max,
It's
is that force
magnetism. It's not
visible or
fucking
invisible?
gravity.
It's invisible.
Ooh,
Here
it's an
I have
invisible
another
force.
example, Dick.
An invisible
Here I have
force
another
that can
example.
be studied and manipulated and tested and physically
Dicky,
interacted with,
shut up. This is another example of liquid oxygen in a magnetic field. Would you look at that? That's a little bead. Those are all little balls of liquid floating in a magnetic field. This is liquid without containment. So now we have gas without containment. We have liquid without containment. What else? Just say the derp. I'll have the evidence for you in less than 50 seconds. You just give me the title of the argument and we'll knock them out all one after the other. Go.
You don't
Next
have
one.
evidence.
Go. More derp. Give me more derp. Come on.
You used a magnetic field to, yeah.
Yeah, don't
Okay,
try to
awesome.
understand it. This is
So not
oxygen
gravity.
floating in a
So,
magnetic field. You're
again,
not smart enough.
Where
Just
is
go.
the gravity affecting gas? Just go. Go, Max.
Oh,
He showed it already.
Oh, we showed it already.
He did.
Yeah. Here.
Right there, yeah.
Here. That's this is it. This is gravity affecting gas. That's it. Next one. We've been through this. Next one. Give me more there.
Hold on, Max. Just a
More
second.
there. Sorry,
Dick,
I'm
if you want to refute this, you would then need to what you do is you would provide the mechanism that is causing the downward acceleration. Provide your explanation for what is causing the downward acceleration. That is not mass attracting mass. You have that.
Nope.
You say it's not gravity, but there is something causing that.
Isolate gravity. You cut off all
Gravity.
the medium and show me gravity.
When you use a torsion
Because
bar,
we're always subject to a medium.
yeah,
it all comes down
you use
to
a torsion bar. Here's how you isolate it.
What causes the pressure in the ocean?
Hold on.
As you go deeper in the ocean.
Shh, hey, stay on topic. Try to get your ADHD under control. Okay.
I am.
You said
Again,
isolate
topic
gravity.
is gravity.
I'm going to tell you how to isolate gravity.
Make you guys
So,
dance.
shh. Here, you get a torsion bar, and you put a mass on each side of the torsion bar, and you suspend it by a string. You've now isolated the downward acceleration because you have equal mass on both sides, and so they negate each other, and so now you have this torsion bar. It can rotate sideways, and the amount of torsion in that wire, which is knowable, you can measure that, can be used to determine how much when you manipulate gravity by placing an object which has gravity near the mass that's on here on both sides of it. So you've manipulated gravity, and you can with the torsion wire measure the amount of torsion due to the gravity pulling it towards itself. So there you go. That's how you isolate gravity with that torsion bar.
Gravity's pulling itself towards itself.
Yes, that's how gravity works. The two masses are attracted to each other.
Oh, did I just hear a
Big
no?
mass, small mass. Torsion bar.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Settled and done. Invisible force.
Empirically
comes out of
measured.
nowhere, just attracts everything to it by bending space-time.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you
got
guys
it.
have a fucking
Welcome
Star
to the
Trek
globe.
religion.
We did it.
Star Trek taught you well.
That wasn't from Star Trek. That predates Star Trek by many decades.
You know, I'm showing you a scientific paper.
I'm sure it does.
Hey, Dick, name one force that you can see. Go ahead. Name one, please.
I didn't say there was.
Then why are you complaining that you? Why are you complaining that gravity's a force you can't see?
Is the wind? Can you feel the wind?
The wind is not a
That's
force.
not a force. Yeah, wind is wind. I said, show me a force. Show me a force you can see. Forces can't be seen.
Also, you can't see wind.
Okay.
You see the effects of the wind, but you don't see the wind.
And the wind kind of works
I never
against you
said you
because
see
it
the wind.
generates
Can you feel the
from two
fucking
different
wind?
pressure, two different atmospheric
Yeah, you can-
pressure.
Can you feel the force of the wind?
Yeah, and you can feel the
You
force
can
of
feel the
gravity
force
too.
of gravity.
Yeah.
It's sorry.
No, I can't.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
you
can
can.
stand up.
Yeah. Look, jump.
Again, what? Drop something, stand
No,
up.
you feel
Yeah,
it.
I know. I'm
You
bending
feel it
space-time
on
all around me
on
every
your
day, all
butt
day.
when you sit down. You feel it.
Nope.
Denial
Force.
doesn't support you. I
I
mean,
don't
it's not a
feel
good look.
force pulling me to the center of the earth.
You
I'm
do.
sorry.
You do. Everybody feels it. And just
You
saying
don't
no,
know.
just saying no
everybody doesn't.
doesn't
You can
doesn't.
download an app on your phone that will tell you that you're being pulled to the earth with
I'm
one.
sure it will.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is you have to physically prove it, and you show me no
It's-
physical mechanism
I
of
already
this
talked about
fucking
it.
force.
I already talked about it.
You've
Already
shown us
talked
no
about it.
You've shown us no physical mechanism of anything. None.
Okay. Again, I had
Right.
Craig trying to
Here you go.
fucking, I don't know what he was trying to
Here
do.
is
How was the sun? How was
on-
the sun first formed?
on my phone.
It's irrelevant.
How was the
That's a
sun?
non-sequitur.
Irrelevant. Here's on my phone. Here my phone has a 3-axis accelerometer in it. I can change the orientation, and it will change which accelerometer is measuring the downward acceleration. There you go. I can go diagonal like this. There you go.
Wow.
So this is measuring the downward acceleration.
Star Trek. You
No,
just
it's
blown
I
away.
mean it is cool, but it's not Star Trek. It's actually here, right here in my phone, my hand right
You
now.
also have
All
an
your shit came
iPhone.
from
You
Star
can do
Trek.
this yourself.
Dick, how long can you stand on the floor before your feet hurt?
How,
How long can you stand on the floor before your feet hurt?
All right,
I
Dick.
don't know.
So
I can walk a
Dick,
good 10 kilometers a day before they start.
Dick,
hurting.
you're on an iPhone. The name of that app is Physics
That's your
Toolbox.
feet feeling gravity, Dick.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
But if you want to believe that, go right ahead.
If you
but I
want to
don't.
disbelieve it, go right ahead.
Oh, then stop.
You want to stick your
attacking
fingers
me
in your ears,
disbelieving
go
it.
right
Stop
ahead,
calling me
Dick.
a fucking idiot because I disbelieve your beliefs.
No, you're an idiot
No, you're a
because you're
fucking
an
idiot because you ignore evidence, Dick.
I ignore evidence.
Yeah.
Yes. you
No, I
ignore
don't ignore physical nature.
You do. Yeah,
I
but
ignore your
we've
theoretical
provided evidence and you reject it.
When you ask you
mathematics.
May I share my screen, guys?
Yeah.
Here, I asked you this question back in May, Dick. I live just south of 48 degrees north.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm someone speaking. It doesn't matter who I am.
You tell me you said something to me a long time ago and you won't even tell me who the fuck you are? I have no
I'm going
clue
to
who
tell you
the fuck
what
are.
I said. Does that not matter? I'm going to tell you what I
Who
said.
the fuck are you?
I'm a guy.
I deal with so many of you trolls. It's
Yeah, of
unreal.
course you do. Are you gonna keep interrupting?
I know because I
Well,
defend myself and you guys
Oh, just
fucking
keep
hate it. It
interrupting
drives
with
you
me. Don't
nuts.
listen.
That's why I do what I do.
Ignore evidence again. Good job, Dick. We love
Yeah.
it.
Ignore
By the
your
way-
evidence? Absolutely, probably, but show it.
But that's the genetic fallacy.
Yep, genetic fallacy.
Whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Show it. I'll shut up. Go.
Okay, good. You're gonna shut up.
Do you guys see my screen there or my window?
In May, Dick. In
Yeah, I
May,
can see it.
the sun rose at 60 degrees east. The azimuth of the sun was it was 30 degrees north of east. I live at just south of 48 degrees north. At that moment, the subsolar point was in North Africa. I asked you back then, how does that work on the flat Earth? Your answer was, it works the way it always works. You have never answered, how does that work on a flat Earth? What's the geometry that makes the sun appear north of east to me at sunrise when it is at a position south of the Tropic of Capricorn?
God. geometry is the cause of the sun's motion and why it does what it does?
No.
Show me the geometry.
Kidding me?
Tell me what the
He
geometry.
Because you have
He
some
didn't say that.
geometry of an observation of something. Can you give me, at least some time to respond? You people are like,
Why? You don't. You don't. You talk over us continuously.
did I not just shut up when I told you I would shut up and let you go on?
After how long of talking over me? I'm shutting
You
up.
guys
Please
are
give me
just
the answer.
victim.
Oh my God.
Oh, yes.
Geometry,
Victim.
No, bring it on.
Come
Yeah,
on,
call me
bud.
any name you want.
geometry,
Bring it on.
geometry is how we model the Earth, Dick. It's not a cause. It's how we model the Earth. It's how we know how tall this building is that I'm standing in or sitting in.
Whine
see
more
my
about
screen?
victimhood and don't answer my question, Dick. Good job. Awesome.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
You measured, they measured that building using their eyes only?
Of course not.
Yeah, exactly. So what are you talking about? The fucking
So you
sun? I
keep
don't
saying
care.
you keep saying we can't do that. We can't do that. We can, but move on. Do you see my screen? Do you see my window there, Dick?
Yep.
All right. What it says air pressure, right?
Pressure, got it.
All right. So the air pressure at the surface on the left-hand side, you can see, is about 1,100 millibar. Okay. Pressure on the right is about 10 to the minus 14 millibar. That's at over 300,000 meters or over 300 kilometers high. Where do you see a discontinuity in any of that? That's a measured, those are measured values, all right? Where do you see a discontinuity? Where do you see a place where there's a container that causes there to be a sudden jump or drop in pressure? Where?
Give me a big enough container.
That's 300 kilometers tall, idiot. How big do you want?
Tupperware
Well, if that's
doesn't
the
make them
measurement,
that big.
then 300 kilometers tall is what you get. Like, fuck, you guys are insane.
No, we're not.
No,
We're
Pressure.
insane.
Pressure.
We're not insane. You're stupid.
Define
You're just
pressure.
stupid.
Dick, do you have a hernia?
Pressure's... Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You have to for moving that goalpost so far so fast. You have to have a hernia.
Nope. Getting you down to the fucking basics. Pressure. How do you
That's
have
how-
pressure in the fucking first place?
Move those
Pressure is a
goalposts.
measure. Pressure is a measure of the average kinetic energy of the molecules in a fluid, or actually the solid as well, but mostly in a fluid. And it's in a fluid. Pressure is a measure of the average kinetic energy of the molecules. Boom.
Yeah, you know
Who
that
are you?
if pilots, when they're flying commercial airliners, are flying at altitude 40,000 feet, and they experience what's called a rapid decompression, they have protocols for getting to 10,000 feet above sea level within a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Otherwise, people will begin to pass out. And that's called hypoxia. If you go without 10 minutes and you're not at 10,000 feet or below, you'll lose consciousness, and in some cases you'll die if that goes much further. And that's because of air pressure.
Yep. Because
There's
nature
not-
abhors a vacuum.
Well, there's not oxygen above a certain altitude.
That is a
sufficient enough to
vacuum.
sustain life.
That nature didn't abhor the vacuum. That is a vacuum. That's why you're passing out.
Our
Nature is a
You're
lungs,
stupid.
Dick, have you ever thought that our lungs function on a
No,
series
wait.
of
No, wait. Before any more abuse,
stop.
but please
Our
give me all
lungs
the
actually
abuse I can take it.
function.
Who is this fucking guy talking to me?
That's MXXD
Not
Max.
That's Max.
Not
I'm your
Max.
daddy.
I know the Chihuahua.
You're my
Max is your
son.
Don't
fucking
worry.
dick.
Hey,
I'm your
I
dad.
see spin. There's another guy swearing at me in the background. Who the fuck is he and who's this other guy?
Don't
Just
pay
answer
attention
that.
to the arguments. It doesn't matter who they come from. Dick,
Yeah.
you said nature abhors a vacuum, but do you know that our diaphragm
I didn't say it. I
generates
quoted it.
our diaphragm generates a mini vacuum. That's how we breathe, right? You understand that, correct? The diaphragm
Yes,
goes
I
down,
understand
the
difference in
volume
pressure.
of the lungs expands, the pressure lowers, that forces air from the outside into your lungs.
Oh my
That's how we
God.
breathe. So nature does not abhor a vacuum. Well, it actually kind of uses them very effectively. That's how
Yeah,
No,
we
it
breathe.
doesn't. It
the
uses
majority-
pressurized gas atmosphere.
The majority
Oh my
of,
God.
It needs to have vacuum
no, listen.
seals.
The
Sphincter
majority of
doesn't.
nature is vacuum.
That is true also. The majority
Yep.
of nature is vacuum. And
Yep.
if that
Where did the
tiny
saying
vacuum,
nature abhors a vacuum come from then? Are you
From
kidding?
idiots
You
like
think
you.
that
it
vacuum
is
From
is
idiots
possible?
like you.
matters.
Yeah,
Have you
from
seen
idiots
what
like you.
happens to an air tanker or an oil tanker, rail car, when they remove even, just a fraction of what you say is going on?
Nothing
Like
if
the
it
air
happens.
pressure inside?
Nothing at all if it's up about 20,000 feet. Nothing. Nothing at
Okay.
all.
Show me that
Okay,
experiment. Have you done it yourself?
Yes, I have.
Oh, have you? You've taken a rail car, an oil
Not
tanker
a rail car.
20,000 feet
Not a
up?
rail car.
Well, that was my question, was it not? Who
No.
are you?
No. Your
What is
question
your screen name?
My screen name? Les Rohr. That's my name.
Oh, you're okay.
And I'm a retired physicist. Why?
No, just I want to put a face to these chat trolls I fight all the time.
Oh, you want to put a face while you're hiding in anonymity. Got it.
Yeah, you want to put
a name.
You want to put a face to chat trolls? Hello, hi.
Down. Who's that guy? Never seen that guy. He's the one swearing at me in the background. You want a piece? Let's go.
Let's go, buddy. What do you want to know?
Silence of concession again.
Is everyone muted now? You muted me.
Didn't mute anybody.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. You're not
You're
muted.
not muted.
I muted myself, but you're not muted.
I thought you were going to challenge Monkey Cat with I don't know, something.
He's told me a chat troll. Yeah, okay.
More there. More
Look,
there.
here's my face now. Hey, I'm a real person. Come on, dude. Come on.
I also did the sun thing that I showed you at the very beginning. I did the same thing for the moon. Turns out that the moon's a lot closer than the sun because there was a measurable difference in the pixels. It was about 4 to 6 pixels over the course of like 7 or 8 hours. I haven't actually looked into all the measurements to actually calculate and quantify it, but I thought it was interesting that even a program that I wrote in Python could see such a small difference in pixels that we could measure. So just wanted to note that.
I have let me find it. I have an actual representation of what you just said. Give me just a sec. Dick, the other day on the Drunk Debunk show, Reds and Mike basically viewed from a telescope how one of Saturn's moons, Titan, was casting a shadow on the planet. How does that work if it's only lights in the sky? Go. Silence of concession again? Damn it, I'm going to have to put on a counter.
So quiet.
Cricket.
Holy cow.
Cricket.
Counter.
Should we start an unanswered question counter?
Yeah, maybe.
Dick, do you need me to reiterate my question?
We got a flatty. We got a flatty in chat here. Manager. I just want to say, just a second, Nick. Manager thinks that relative density disequilibrium causes the 9.8 meters per second.
Yourself on the back.
Wait, stop interrupting me, dude. Causes the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. He thinks. So I've asked him a couple times to provide the mechanism that outputs the 9.8 meters per second squared. So gravity does that, but I'm just wondering how RDD does that. Anyway, continue.
No, he said gravity. So gravity, they don't. Nope. No. You can't say gravity with these people.
I maybe would ask manager, if you think it's density, number one, you're wrong because density does not have a vector.
No, it's RDD. Yeah. You didn't know what RDD was. You gotta catch up to the RDD derp. It's a different flavor.
RDD. So
relative density disequilibrium, you said.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that the density of matter has no vector. So how would it know where to?
But relative density, different
Right.
areas. That's what they're going on.
So-
Anyway, it's silly.
So they often bring up hot air balloons or helium balloons, but also hot air balloons. There are a few things that really destroy flat Earth better than a hot air balloon. In a hot air balloon, the pressure inside the envelope at the top of the balloon is higher than at the bottom.
So Dick
Yet
left.
the pressure outside is lower than at the bottom. And at the bottom, inside and outside, the pressure is the same. How do they explain that using relative density?
All right.
They don't.
Dick left.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Well,
That
okay.
guy. Come on. We were having
Silly dude.
fun.
I know.
Being the center of attention.
And generally, Shady came in just to have a little shakedown.
I'm sitting in the background having a laugh.
Yeah.
I don't think we dogpiled him at all. Everyone took turns,
Yeah.
right?
Right. Well,
No.
except him.
Well, yeah.
Oh, he's lurking. He's still there.
Yeah. He's back.
Oh.
Right.
You want to answer that last one there, Dick?
Might not have heard it. Do you need
Hey, Jim?
Leslie to repeat himself, Dick?
I don't see him on here.
Yeah, he's here.
He's
Oh,
here.
RWC iPhone?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Are you there, buddy?
He's probably failing to connect the mic again.
Yeah.
I'm having some problems myself.
There he is. He's on. Oh, Chin, you were muting him and unmuting him, or did he do it
No,
himself?
I wasn't.
I think he's trying to get his mic to work. He muted it and unmuted it, so he's probably trying to figure it out.
It's like he's trying to flerf it. We'll see what happens.
So
Worth can't check.
yeah. So who here wants to answer this? I'm sure several of you know. So which object exerts a greater influence over the moon, the sun or the Earth?
That'd be the Earth,
Yeah.
right?
No.
That'd be the sun.
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, more than twice. It exerts the same influence, on the Earth as the moon, which is why we are, traveling in the same orbit. But the gravitational force exerted on the moon by the sun is twice what it is from the Earth. I mean, it's real simple. Just, take the ratio of the two masses and then divide by which is like 337,000, and then divide by the ratio of the square of the distances, which is 168,000, 7,000, something like that. And it comes out to be just over 2.05 or something from memory. But anyway, the point is, that's more than twice.
Okay.
It's close, but that actually makes sense overall.
I hope so.
I guess I never really thought about it. So yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Does it mean there's a slightly elliptical orbit of the moon? Doesn't mean, but I know that it's not a perfect circle, right, in general, but is there an elliptical orbit of the sun, of the moon around the Earth, in any part due to sun's gravitational influence, or?
Yes. It's somewhat significant, as a matter of fact. Yeah, it's not huge. Okay, it's not like a factor of 2 or 3. But absolutely, yeah, because that's a tidal force, right? That's because of the tidal force, not because of the average force, but because when it gets closer, you got going around the Earth here, right? If the sun's up here and you're going around the Earth here, being a little closer to the sun is pulling harder on the moon than it is on the Earth. So, both of them are coming around here, but yeah, the eccentricity of the moon's orbit lobes out a little bit here, and then on the opposite, on this side, it's actually a little bit closer to the Earth. Not a lot, but a little. because the tidal force, which is a second order interaction, right? Also called a residual force, is much smaller than the primary force.
It's very unintuitive.
Yes. Orbital mechanics is very unintuitive, yes.
I wonder if oh, he left. I was going to say, I wonder if he has any thoughts on tides, or if someone's asked him, I'm sure, before, but
yeah, well, they don't have an explanation.
Oh, wait, today he was saying
it's
earlier.
just nature. He just observes it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but today
It just happens.
He was
Right.
saying that he doesn't believe that low tide and high tide are different levels. And I was like, dude, that means that you've never been to the sea. If you go to the sea, you can clearly see with your freaking eyes that low tide is way over there. And then high tide, the water is very closer to you.
Yeah, I invite him to go out to whatever coast he's near. You know, I'm not too far here from the Texas coast, but to go to whatever coast he's near, and at low tide, stand with the water up to his chin and see what happens after hours.
Keep walking out further and further.
Just stay there. Just stay there, and after 6 hours...
No. Keep walking out. Keep swimming. Keep going. Keep going.
So you can no longer see land.
See what happens.
Go out with his P1000 and bring back in the land when he gets out and you can't see the land. Yeah.
We're not talking about coming back here.
I mean, when there's about to be a hurricane, you can see the water recedes I'm sorry, not a hurricane, a tsunami. That the water recedes like way back, and then it comes crashing down.
Exactly. A lot of people have been killed because they go, wow, what is this? Let's go and walk out on this dry land. And
he's like, oh, I can go like 200, 300 meters into the beach.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Really good thing that people can do is take a tennis ball. I did this a long time ago, but you can, anybody that's not sure about what shape the Earth is, they can take a tennis ball and they can hold it up if they see the moon in the sky throughout the day.
Yep.
And the sun will always shine in the same direction on the tennis ball. There will always be the same pattern of the sun as it will be on the moon. Always.
It's important. It's important that you have the ball and the moon in line with each other.
Yeah.
If you look away from, like if you turn like if you have the ball over some other direction from the moon, then that's not going to work. Yeah, they need to be in line with each other.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, he's got it there. It's very dim.
It's similar, and I think that it's not
just that
perfect,
some flat earther had tried this and did a video, and the ball that he had was nowhere near the moon. He's like, oh, it doesn't work.
Of course.
Yeah, hold it over your left shoulder, but the sun's over the right shoulder.
Exactly.
So it doesn't.
All right. Well, Dick is gone. He said he's going to come back, but I think that means he's going to come back some other day. And it's getting late, so I do need to. I got to get to bed, and I got a bunch of crap to do tomorrow.
I gave that up a long time ago.
Can we keep Dick away? We don't want Dick back.
Thanks for having us on, Tim.
Yes.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Fulfilled my childhood dream to talk to my personal idol, Dick Wayne.
Yeah, Max, I love your accent. I can't understand a word you say, but I love your accent.
You understand when I speak. Come on.
We can all understand Max.
Max actually has really good diction.
I do.
The best thing with Max's accent is everyone else hates it, but we all love it.
I have a quick question for Max.
No, I like it. I like it.
My daughter has cans of yerba mate. Is it okay for me to drink that while you're doing your thing?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was copacetic.
I think Max, you have a standing challenge. So maybe what's the guy's name that he has the order against him from, he's not allowed to like be near his wife or something. I forget the guy's name.
Whitsit.
That's right. Something to do with a challenge about his diction or being able to speak more perfect English and use the correct
don't show the video from January where he's saying, yeah, this guy, he used to do after shows. He has a speech impediment. And it's like, what? Excuse me?
You
Yeah,
sure do,
Winston,
Max.
he said you had a speech impediment. I'm like, dude, he has an accent.
Like, I mean,
Totally different things.
please pronounce the word preponderance, and then we'll see who has a fucking speech impediment.
But I think you did it better than me.
Preponderance.
It's like Dick Wayne made it back.
They did, yeah. It looks like he's there.
Oh my goodness.
Hello?
No.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now. You had to do a restart.
Hey, Dick.
Yeah, something like that.
He had to reboot his brain.
Did I spoil you guys patting yourselves on the back? Okay, someone got me.
No, we weren't talking about you.
I might be splattering you on the back, Dick.
That's a lie because I could hear a lot of what you were saying. But what else are you going to talk about?
Oh my gosh.
I think
We've been talking about.
So what else do you Star Trek lovers have for me?
We
you have any
love
real
each other.
physics?
Yeah,
we hang out.
Did you hear? Yeah. Did
We
you
do
hear
love
my-
Star Trek. You got that right.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie, I'm
I
not a
know.
Star Trek fan, but hey, I'm here.
Uh-oh.
Virtually every scientist does. Yeah,
Monkey
absolutely.
Cat
No,
Pat
I've
Pat is
never-
not a Star Trek fan?
Nope. I have
Really?
never watched a single second of Star
Are
Trek.
you serial?
100%.
Oh my god,
Oh my god.
that's illegal. That's illegal.
You're lucky.
I have to say they didn't show Star Trek when I was growing up in like air TV down here in the third world. So me too.
I have wanted to
Well-
watch, but it's a commitment that I don't feel like getting involved in.
Well, just do it once in a while.
Come
you know.
on, come on, come on.
You know where Star Trek's shit came from?
From westerns.
Yeah, where?
You know
It was
why
a
you
space
guys
western.
believe space is a physical place you can go?
Yeah, it is.
No.
It's a fact.
Because
For the
it's,
evidence. It's because of the evidence.
No, it's in
Yeah,
your
exactly.
imagination.
There
Brought to
been.
you by NASA's Scientific
shut up.
Visualization
Oh my God.
Studio.
Oh, good.
There've been more than 50.
Sorry, I think there's only one on the panel
Dick,
that's been
Dick,
alive longer
Dick.
than NASA's been around, right?
hello, Dick. Hello, Dick. You're a wanker.
Yeah, really.
Thanks, awesome.
Actually, no. NASA was born the year before me. If you mean me.
If I'm honest, wanking is
Okay,
actually
what, the year
something good.
before you. There you
Yeah.
go. So every
Yeah.
one of you has grown up under NASA.
Under NASA. What the?
Well,
does
not
that mean?
really. You know, my country doesn't
The only
even
ones
have
to
a-
go to the moon, put men on the moon.
Have you ever used a cordless drill?
No,
Dick,
that's
you ever used a cordless drill?
Sure have.
Yeah, it was invented because we needed to use it on the international.
That's right.
Something
Oh,
similar.
was
right.
it?
Yeah, it was. It was invented by NASA.
Can you
Computer.
believe that?
I
Yeah.
don't know if it was NASA.
Can you
but
prove
it?
it?
was.
How do you physically
Yes.
prove that?
Well,
How?
you can go and look at the patent. Go look up. the
Just
patent.
because they have a patent doesn't mean they fucking invented it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
my God.
exactly
Yeah,
what that
it
means.
does.
When you get
Yeah.
Yes, it
That's what
does.
it
They have
means.
stolen the idea. You know, like Einstein's famous for? He was a patent clerk who was famous for stealing other people's ideas.
Oh, what ideas?
Bullshit.
Well, hold
I
on,
did-
hold
I
on.
did
But just a
hear-
second, everybody.
Oh,
Back
that's
up, back
not
up.
in the realm of
Hold on.
possibilities?
I want to know very specifically what things did Einstein steal as a patent clerk through the
I
patent
don't know.
stuff?
Probably all kinds of things. Who knows?
Oh, you don't know. You're just
You don't
making
know.
a you're making
Any
a
of them?
blind
I
faith
don't know.
religious
I didn't read
claim.
his diary where
Yeah.
he recorded
No, but
everything he
you
stole.
made the accusation, but you have no evidence for it. It is a blind faith religious belief system that you've just
It's
stated.
information I've come across in my experience.
But you didn't provide any of that
I've come
information.
across-
It's a
I've come
you,
across lots of
you
information.
made an
It was a name.
Yeah, I
assertion.
know. So have I.
You made an
This
assertion,
is
and
why
when
I
I
only
asked
try
you
and
to back
bullshit.
up your assertion, you can't back it up. You lied.
You guys are no
Absolutely.
clue.
Once
Like, I
again,
don't even
Dick,
know if
you
any
proved
trolls
that you
were
lie.
around when I fucking started looking into this shit.
No, Dick, you're just making yourself be
Yeah.
a dick. You're just being
I've been
a dick, bud.
I've been looking into this
That's
for
what I always hear.
50 years. Hold on. I've been looking into this for 50 years, so don't give me that shit.
You've been looking into what for 50 years?
Physics. Science.
Well, then show me physics.
Okay.
We have, Dick, and you
Yeah.
deny
No, you
it,
haven't.
Dick.
You pointed at fucking lights in the
You
sky and said, look,
deny
there's a ball of
everything we
fucking
tell you,
gas
Dick.
under gravity.
Dick, you could learn, mate. You could actually and learn, but you deny
Can you learn
everything.
bullshit?
You ask questions endlessly, but you deny every answer.
With no intent, of being honest about it.
I deny because you don't have physical demonstration
But we do.
of anything.
Yeah, we do
you
every
say.
time.
No, you don't.
Yes, we
No,
don't.
all you do is
No.
you just lie about it when we provide you the evidence. You just
No,
lie
it's the other
because
way around.
because your
Dick,
entire
you're a
life is a lie.
reverend. Dick is a
You
reverend.
lie and misquote and misrepresent the flat earth side all the time. It's all you can do.
The
It is
flat
the
earth
only
side.
tactic
There
you
is
people
one flat
have.
earth side.
Yeah, really.
No.
So, name one time. Name one time that I've done that. Once.
He's talking to me, Leslie.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
What are you guys laugh? You laugh like fucking school children.
Yeah,
Memory
because
foam.
it's so dumb. What you're saying is so
Memory
dumb.
foam was invented
It's
by
so
NASA.
dumb.
The jaws of life. The jaws of life were invented
Yes,
by NASA.
okay.
Water filters.
Whatever.
Water filtration.
Whatever. Did they invent it on the moon?
No, because
Why
they
would
can't
they-
build it on the moon. They would have built it before they went.
Why would they invent it on the moon?
Why would they have to do that?
What, Dick?
You're telling me because they invented the fucking
your
jaws of
knowledge,
life, they fucking put people on the moon?
your knowledge base, Dick, is about a millimeter square.
Yeah, okay,
That
good.
you have no
awesome.
knowledge and no understanding of anything scientific. You go onto YouTube, you
Who
listen
are
to
you?
crap.
What do you
Generally
mean by
speaking.
scientific? Define science right now, please. What science are you talking about? There's so
Oh, God,
many.
here we go
All
again.
you
See,
guys do
this is what Dick does. This is what Dick does.
Exactly.
He
This is what
asks
I do
the
because it
definitions.
destroys you.
No, Dick, Dick, you ask the definitions all the time, and then you deny the definitions we give you. You
No,
deny
I'm
the
told by
evidence, you
MCToon
deny
they
the
don't fucking
definitions.
matter.
You deny. You are a little child with no understanding.
I deny it
But
when
you
you make up
deny.
your own that are outside of anything anyone else would fucking commonly
What?
define.
Keep going. Come on.
Yeah, go
Step
ahead.
up.
Keep saying.
Step
what
up.
are you saying?
No,
Keep
no,
going.
you keep ranting.
Keep
Go
going.
ahead.
What?
What screen name are you?
My name's generally shady. On screen.
Oh,
My name's
you're
Chris.
a special one.
All right? My name's
Yeah, you're a
Chris.
special one.
My name's Chris.
Okay.
Okay?
What you got?
You want to speak to me as that, Dick? That's fine.
Dress you however you want.
What is your
Sure is.
issue with denying of reality and science?
Whose reality am I denying? Yours or mine?
Everything.
Measured
No,
reality
no.
is reality.
measured-
It's not your
Measured
mind
reality.
acting out.
Measured reality. We
Your
measure.
reality
nothing
is
else
fucking
that
gravity
yours,
holds
mine,
gas
anything.
in place and fucking 93 million miles away in a fucking vacuum.
Oh, big
Where there's
numbers.
supposed to be no
Ooh, it
fucking
scares you.
gas,
big
but
numbers
somehow all
scare
the
you, Dick.
gas gathered
Big numbers
93
scare
million
you,
miles
Dick.
away.
Big
Do you
numbers
believe what
scare you, Dick.
FTFE tried to
Can-
tell
can
me?
we-
That
can we-
gravity
can
was
we
at this
actually-
certain spot 93 million miles away?
Dick,
And then all the
Dick,
hydrogen
can we
and
actually work
helium
out?
around just...
Dick, can we actually work out that the distance from the sun to the Earth is 1 AU? Is that a big number now? Is that too big a number for you? 1 astronomical unit. Is that a big number now?
Oh, you made up a fucking name for it. Awesome.
No, that's
Good
already
for
been,
you.
No,
that's been around forever.
I
Now
just
physically
reduced the
measure
number.
93 million fucking
I
miles.
just reduced the number to 1 AU. It's a simple swap of mathematics to make it easier to understand.
Yeah, it's
You know what?
it's
Yep,
it's a
good.
unit conversion.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
changed the fucking language to describe something. Okay, keep going.
I didn't change the language. I
Oh my
changed
fucking
You change the
God.
units.
units. Yes.
Yeah, it's like going
I
between
didn't
miles
change the language.
and kilometers. It's going between
Do you people
miles
really
and
not
AU.
understand that math is a descriptive language?
yeah.
Yes, and we're
that's-
trying to teach you to you, son. We're trying to teach it to
So
you.
I'm using a language as proof
I mean,
of physical impossibilities. Awesome.
No, you're making
Yeah,
blind
how
faith.
math
This is how
Yeah,
stupid your
it's
fucking
blind
logic
faith
is.
claims is all that you have, Dick.
No,
Physical
I have what I was
impossibility to
taught as
not.
a child. Your stupid beliefs, and I choose and I reject it.
You were taught. You were
And it drives you
homeschooled.
nuts for
Were
some
you?
reason.
Were you?
You're so
You were
emotionally
homeschooled.
attached to Spaceballs.
You were homeschooled, weren't you?
No, I wasn't homeschooled. But
He wasn't schooled at
whatever,
all.
Carry on.
He rejected school. It's not homeschool or not homeschool. It has nothing to
Nope.
do with
I graduated just fine.
It had nothing to do with the institution that taught him. It had everything to do with the failure of the student to choose to learn.
As a non-American, I would say that Dick is the
Graduated just
personification of the American education system mantra, another
an
child
American.
left behind.
But
You live in America?
Dick,
to America
like-
twice as a child.
Oh, okay.
Dick, can I ask you what actually
Any more
do
fucking lies
you
and assumptions
find?
you want to make?
Interrupt the question again. Good job.
Dick,
Yeah,
what
'cause I will have
actually do
my
you
say.
find as the standard of education? Like what do you think is real and what's not?
Are you kidding me?
Like, what's the difference between
No, I'm
indoctrination and
actually
education?
Being really honest.
Things I can test and verify for myself, physically interact with.
But you
Is that-
never do.
Is that
you never
simple
do.
enough?
No, you don't. You don't.
Yeah,
you never
no.
do, mate.
No, you never
What are you
do
talking
for
about?
yourself, Dick. You
How do
never,
I escape
ever.
fucking living in nature, for fuck's sakes?
Oh, you look in your eyes and you trust your eyes and your ears.
You trust your eyes.
and
You
ears
believe
do
everything
fail
you
you
see?
every day, and they do fail you every day.
Yeah, your
So
senses
you
are
use
shit, but look at that
tools.
fucking light
So
in the
you use
sky and
tools. You use
catch its
tools.
rays.
You use tools to make more accurate measurements. That's how we progress to make more accurate measurements.
Yeah.
And you just think, oh, I can look at it and go,
Yeah,
"There."
you find the best way to draw a straight line to the objective you're trying to measure to, and that's how you do it. Okay.
How about this, Dick Wayne? How about you look at the moon and show me how it's not a rock in the sky and it produces its own light, right? Because that's what you
Nope.
say. No, that's what
Nope.
you say. That's what you say. It
Nope.
produces its own light.
You say it's a rock in the fucking sky that reflects sunlight. You show
Yeah,
me.
we do say that.
I showed a
Okay.
picture a minute ago.
Prove it.
Prove it?
Prove
We
it.
did. We
Yeah.
have. How about you
We have.
prove? How about you prove how it's its own light? Because that's what you say.
You, this group of you, have never done shit.
Oh, really?
Are you fucking kidding
Well,
me?
is it again that
There's only
is wait just
Which
be
one of you was
to be
involved in
clear?
sending a probe to the
Are
sun?
you
Which
once
one of
again?
you was involved in sending
Hold
radar
on,
to the sun?
hold on. He is once again asserting that the only evidence he will accept is the stuff that we personally did. Dick, you didn't do any of these things personally,
No, not
so
what I
your
said.
your double standard of evidence is just hypocrisy.
Not what I'm saying.
I showed this a minute ago, Dick. This is a tennis ball I held up, and I got the sun I got the light from the sun, and then you can see the moon right here if you zoom way in. It was during the daytime. Anytime you ever want to do this demonstration yourself, you can do it. Anytime when the moon's in the sky, get any kind of ball that reflects light. And hold your camera up, try to keep it relatively close to the moon, but just take a picture of it. Do that for a while. Do that for 6 months. And if you can show one example of it not producing the same sunlight, then I will listen to your arguments. But if you can't, then you should understand that only works on a globe and with a sun that's way farther away than flat Earth says it is.
Yeah, funny how that works, right, Dick? Huh?
Funny how you can see the moon out during the day, but you don't see the sun out during the night.
Right.
Have you ever thought about that?
You know what? Even if I
the
grant
shadows
you all
and
that
reflections
crap,
on the moon,
I got no
the shadows
problem
and
granting you all that
reflections on the
crap.
moon are
Shut
obvious
up.
to 3D.
You're going to grant
Run
it?
my ass.
Go ahead.
I'll even grant you all that shit. I don't care. Take it. Yes.
Well, you sit there and laugh like a maniac when I pointed
Shut
out.
up. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm laughing my ass off at your excuses, but I'm still fucking listening.
No,
I'm here. I'm arguing points, aren't I?
Let him finish his statement real quick. Go ahead, Dick.
Can I get the screen share for a sec?
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
It's crazy.
Wait, I want to understand. You tell people to shut up, and that means you're listening?
You're going to grant me all of that, but what's the caveat?
Is everyone going to be quiet?
Yeah, just get to what you're saying. I'm listening.
We're all quiet.
Yeah, I'm trying to rethink what I was saying because of all still constant fucking interruption. I will give you all.
One sec, Max.
Sorry. Yeah. It just takes too long. My anxiety, the vein just.
Whatever, Max. I don't work on your fucking time. You're not the master.
I'm sorry, you're just too slow.
Chill out.
Max, he's slow. Yeah.
I try and think about what I say with you people because you're insane. You still screw it all up.
No, you don't.
You know what?
All right. Let me frame it. Let me frame it for you. It's the tennis ball with the sunlight.
I will grant you all that. I don't care. I will grant it all to you. I don't care. What I then will do is I will reject your conclusion of what is going on. That you assume all this shit about what the sun is and how it does what it does. Why it casts the shadows it does on Earth and on what the moon is and what it does.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Jesus.
Let him talk.
Which is completely fucking opposite of what the sun does. The moon and sun are clearly opposite.
Is the moon a light?
It seems to produce its own light.
Because he's a fuckwit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
Observably, it produces its own light. How about I say that?
Hold on. If it produces its own light, can you see my screen? Why are there shadows on a light source?
You don't think something can...
If it's emitting light, it cannot make a shadows, okay?
Yeah, we're just going to ignore
There's nothing you can think of that can be physically causing it to do that.
If something
in its construction.
If something is emitting
Max,
light,
well then I'm sorry, you can't fucking think of any other way it can happen.
You didn't provide anything.
I reject your stupid conclusions.
I reject your stupid conclusion. Because light sources...
Okay, you know what? That's fair.
That's actually the reversal fallacy.
That's
exactly
fair.
what you
guys
just
can
said.
Sit in your little fucking groups and do what you do. Talk about your Star Trek fucking fantasy. Go all you want. But you do not have any right to fucking attack me, make videos and pieces about me and people who think like me. Oh my God! Shut up! Shut up!
No, I won't
for a second.
You can
tell you exactly where I'm coming from.
You can shut your mouth, Dick.
And why I reject your shit.
Take the dick out of your mouth and shut it.
No, Dick, I think we understand exactly why you reject what we believe. Because it makes you uncomfortable. You feel smart by rejecting everything that scientists tell us. That's why. We understand that entirely. So you come up with saying things like, we assume X, Y, and Z, when we don't assume a damn thing, we have evidence to back up what we believe. You reject the evidence and then turn around and say that we assume, and that's complete bullshit.
I call your evidence bullshit, I am tonight.
You call it stupid, but it's you rejecting our evidence. That's that's the way you want to be that way, but don't criticize us.
You reject
your stupidity.
Mine.
You didn't provide any.
We have evidence.
What evidence?
You have none.
You didn't bring any.
We reject yours.
Like I haven't. You haven't provided evidence to my standard.
No, not to your standard. You don't provide evidence to your standards. You've set an impossible to reach standard of evidence, and you don't have to abide by it.
No, I'm looking at you guys.
What you provide, Dick?
I did.
What you provide, Dick, is dickless. Nothing, zero, non-intelligent, nonsensical bullshit with no evidence. You cannot provide anything to support your fucking theories.
Here, I need to wrap this up soon. So please, Dick, give us a list of the evidence that you provided during this conversation.
Yeah.
You guys reject
That's a very short list.
No.
Gas pressure, fucking water, and gravity. Go.
That's not
No, hold on. You did not provide evidence. I asked you to provide evidence. Just name the things that you provided evidence for, and you haven't yet.
Provide evidence to the contrary.
No.
That is
You
the
need to
claim. You
provide
say
evidence
that's not
for your
what's going on.
position.
You say gravity is holding fucking nitrogen to the earth.
Yes, I provided evidence for that. You didn't like it. You blind faith deleted or denied it.
Sulfur hexafluoride.
It doesn't matter that it.
Do we breathe fucking sulfur hexafluoride?
You can, but
is it a natural fucking?
Yes, it is.
Of?
Yes, it is natural.
Well,
it's
yeah,
part of
I know,
nature.
but-
It's part of nature.
Well, what has to be done to release it?
Okay, so again, once again, all right, everybody else, I gotta go. All right, Chris, you go. Dick, I'm gonna come back later. But Dick, you did not provide any evidence.
I'll take all of you guys on.
Okay.
You guys
Dude,
are.
Dick,
you guys have nothing. You guys have nothing.
Nothing.
That's why it is so fucking
One second, please. Hey, Mike, could you send my information? I don't know her name. The girl who was on Tuesday that said she's going to be in San Antonio in January. Could you send her my information?
It's CK.
No, not CK. No, not CK. The other girl.
There was one girl on.
All right, you pricks.
No.
I'll be back.
There are two.
Physics next time.
Oh, Astrocate.
Astrocate.
Yeah.
Could you send her my information or send me hers?
She's on Discord. Are you on Discord?
I'll look her up. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right.
I'm naming my lawnmower Dick.
Fucking great. All right, guys. Love you. I'm
All
out.
right. Thank you. See you, everybody.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
All right. When here you go. How do we know that the moon is physical? Here's how we know. These are real photographs of the moon. There you go.
I tasted it with cheese.
All right. Generally Shady, thank you for stopping in. All right. I got let's see. We got NASA Security Force says, I bet Dick has an IQ of 160. He thinks he does. The NASA Security Force says, Dick for Sun Trip 2026. Kiwi Burb says, Dick Wayne, stop it. Get some help. He does. He has some sort of a challenge mentally. Now, Manager is in here trying, not understanding stuff, but just for reference, there exist dumb people. There exist stupid people. And, calling a stupid person stupid is, it hurts their feelings, but it's an accurate assessment of them. So, people that, that exist that are stupid. And if you think the earth is flat, then yeah, you qualify, because the geometry, it's super, super simple. The sun could never set. And if you don't get that, if you can't fathom that, then you qualify as being stupid. So, you need a recording of the theme from Final Jeopardy to play when flerfs are trying to answer a question. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, Dick Wayne, if you want to debate Phil Bell on the 23rd of September, Tuesday the 23rd, that would be fine. You both email me. I'll connect you up, and then we can set that up. And probably good to have some sort of a structure. That'd be good. You guys, I have a couple ideas for structures, and I think I'll put that together for you and organize it. And I won't participate. It won't be a dumpster fire like we had a little bit tonight. Alex Strand says, send Dick to the sun for $5. I don't know. We going to get enough? NASA Security Force again says, should we really be crashing Earth trash into the sun? Is that ethical? Also, everyone support Yerba Mate Talks. Spread the word of his channel. Yes, indeed. Again, NASA Security Forces. First, we decided we didn't like the ocean. Yeah, just throwing trash into the ocean. Now throwing trash into the sun. Tori Hanzo for 65 secs says, how can the sun rise up from beyond and relatively lower than the clouds? This cannot work on flat Earth. Toon, I dropped a photo I took in your DM. Oh, which DM? I don't know which DM you're talking about, Tori Hanzo. I looked on Discord. Oh, there it is. There it is. I can put that up here real quick. All right. It didn't change. Come on. And there it is. Okay. So the question is here. For Dick and other flat earthers, where is the sun in the photo? It was taken by in a plane when flying from the US to Sweden a week ago. It is beyond and physically and visually below the clouds. So if the Earth were flat, this would require that the sun be inside the clouds, right? And some flat earthers say that. But if it's inside the clouds and moving 1,666 kilometers per hour, you would definitely notice that. Plus, it'd be so low in the sky that you would not see it very far outside of where it was at that exact moment. That would make no sense at all, would it? Right? The farthest north the sun could ever get is the Tropic of Cancer, which is many miles, a couple thousand miles away from Minnesota. And so if it's 10 miles high and thousands of miles away from Minnesota, it would be right on the horizon at the highest. Make no sense at all. Thank you, Tori. Excellent photo there. Tim Davidson says the borders are there to hold it, much like a bucket of water, to stop it from spilling all over the floor. So now, when Dick was talking about, he's trying to, right? He's heard like the Nathan Oakley and crew. They train on the lies to say when presented with contradictory evidence. So, you can have pressure without a container because they say that the container is the dome, right? You have to have the dome, which is the top. They need the top. So we show a gas that's contained, but without a top to it. And like, well, what about the sides? No. The dome is the top. The dome not be sides. The dome be only top. Further, if you need a container to hold a fluid in, like gas, what is keeping the water on the surface? If it needs a container, if the water needs a container, there's no container on the top of the water. What's containing the water on the top? Nothing is containing that water. Manager, don't care about that topic. Flat earthers are stupid. They can't understand the basic geometry. Once again, where's the sun? Basic geometry. Where's the sun? Is this airplane higher than the sun? It must be if the earth is flat. If you don't see the massive problem with this, it's because you're stupid, right? And that's not the insult. That is an assessment of your intelligence if you don't understand it, right? It's a word we use that people don't like being called that. But I mean, what other words would you use to describe somebody that's very much not smart, that aren't insulting? Everybody's feelings are going to be hurt when they are instructed that they're not smart. It's not a good feeling for people. The nice thing is, though, maybe if you actually cared about the truth and cared about learning how things work, you might have the capability of moving forward. But that would take you actually having a desire to understand things, instead of you having a desire to start with a conclusion and try to force everything to that conclusion. See, that's not how you try to figure out things. That's the opposite. When you want to figure things out, the conclusion comes after you do the experimenting, right? You have a hypothesis. Like, you can have your conclusion in mind. Like, I'd like it to be this. Well, let me put that in the hypothesis at the beginning. And how can we test that? How can we test it, right? If you want the Earth to be flat, if you want to check for that, with the sun circling around, say, oh, well, if the Earth is flat and the sun is always above the Earth, which is what modern day flat earthers say, which is a stark contrast to ancient flat earthers, then we can do the basic geometry. We can solve a triangle to measure its height, right? And here we're coming up here in a couple days where we have an easy opportunity on the equinox, because the sun will be over the equator. And it's well known how far it is between each line of latitude. In fact, it's on the Gleason map, 60 nautical miles. So if you're at 45 degrees north, like I am, and on the equinox, the sun is over the equator, 45 degrees latitude away, well, that's easy enough to compute how far away I am from the equator. I'll do it in nautical miles. You take 60, multiply by 45, and you get 2,700. It's 2,700 nautical miles away, which is about 5,000 kilometers, right? And the angle of the sun at local solar noon in Minneapolis on the day of the equinox is 45 degrees. So we have a 45, 45, 90 triangle. You solve for that triangle, that mandates the sun must be 5,000 kilometers high, or 2,700 nautical miles high, or 3,000, just over 3,000 statute miles high, right? We don't get to pick this, right? We start not with the conclusion. We don't say, well, that doesn't work, therefore I have to reject it. No, right? You do that. You say, that's how high it must be. Okay, now, at some point later in the day, the sun will be here. How far away am I? The sun will be here. How far am I? How far am I away from, right? So if you think the Earth is a Gleason map, then 12 hours later, the sun will be on the opposite side of the North Pole. You know how far away you are from it. Using that same elevation, that it must be 2,700 nautical miles or 5,000 kilometers. It has to be that. How high will the sun appear? This is basic geometry, right? You compute that, and then you go test. You test, you compare to observation or nature or reality or experiment, right? That's what you do. And you say, well, you know what? It must be this height, angular height. And it's not. We know it's not. The sun will not be visible 12 hours later. Well, then the hypothesis has been falsified, right? But if you don't seek truth, you can't figure out truth. And you don't seek truth by starting with the conclusion. That's not how you do it. And here you are trying to condescend to somebody about logical deduction when you fail at logical deduction. Anyway, I'm gonna take off here. It's been good. Thank you very much. It went longer than I thought it would. I don't know. Is anybody feeling like a hoedown? I'm feeling like a hoedown. It's coming. It's coming. Where is it? There it is. All right, everybody. I got the hoedown ready. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you next time.
What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a Ferrell cell image of a magnet.
I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, just like the center of a Ferrell cell spiral. Image of a magnet, it's just black in the middle. It's actually pure inertia, not just a little. In the Ferrell cell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeah, you start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh, shucks, ain't that so? That's how moon phases work, fam. Pass the dresser. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies, centripetal convergence pulls, defying all science. Etheric whispers sing, light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the Ferrell cell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing 'em round, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, 'cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Yo, belly on up to the Wixit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrettes? The Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and it goes back